oh, so here we are for our next round of this amazing prayerathon, as advised by our precious guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, to continue until the pandemic declines, those of us monks and nuns of IMI, International Mahayana Institute. And so now, sort of entering our, quite well into our second year, entering our, 17, 18 months almost of this prayerathon. And we can see how in the world the panic indeed has not declined. It has mutated. And so holding in our hearts all our kind mother sentient beings and every atom of space, and setting our motivation in our most profound and meaningful way we can. So I'll recite here the mantra, not the mantra, one of the motivations I hold dear from His Holiness the Dalai Lama. A precious human life. Every day, think as you wake up. Today, I am fortunate to have woken up. I am alive. I have a precious human life. I'm not going to waste it. I'm going to use all my energies to develop myself, to expand my heart out to others, to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all beings. I'm going to have kind thoughts towards others. I'm not going to get angry or think badly about others. I'm going to benefit others as much as I can. So holding that in our hearts as a sincere bodhisattva motivation for the day, for the prayerathon, for our lives. So here we are momentarily for this session and one later on, live streaming here from Tara Meditation Centre in Bunbury, Western Australia, where we have great fortune to, up until this point in time, to be extremely safe from any outbreaks of COVID at all this whole time, a few smatterings here and there. And of course, as things are changing in Australia and, in the next few weeks, we'll be probably seeing that change here as more brothers, sisters from other parts of Australia and maybe internationally, I'm not sure, arrive in our state. But it pales in comparison when we see the situation in other parts of the world, throughout Asia and Europe and, like South America, Brazil and so forth, which is unbelievable sufferings just from this one pandemic. So holding each and every one in our hearts, all these kind mother sentient beings, we can visualize around us on every atom of space, arising in human form, if not already human, whether alive or dead, arising, engaging in this practice with us. All those who's lost family members, all those frontliners in the hospitals, all the medics, and in all the vaccination clinics, in all the ICUs, in all the medical centres and pharmacies, and then all the ambulance drivers and all the ones making the tough decisions, the politicians, world leaders and state leaders and so forth, and all the border forces and so forth who, they're frontliners in that, here we have all these rules and regulations we didn't have. Just over 2 years ago, I was in this centre, and I think it was just when the first case had been announced in Australia. I was visiting here, and now we see what's happened, magnified, so much on the world stage in our human experience. So may this decline quickly. So like that, we can engage in this practice. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as Liberating the Sakya from disease. Continue to hold all those sentient beings around us in every atom of space. And then in front, image of, say, Shakyamuni Buddha, or, manifestation of all the objects of refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So abiding your mind, allowing it to settle into that space of refuge. How precious, how dear to have these magnificent opportunities in this very precious human life. To have the most reliable objects of refuge, our safe haven, our guides, the beacons of light, the sun rising in the world in the form of our precious gurus, inseparable from the Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, contemplating their good qualities and our good fortune. And in particular, as Guru Shakyamuni Buddha said, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya, when indeed the Dharma has ripened fully in our own mind stream. And then we attain that state. Abide in that space, that clarity, that luminosity, which is your true self. All your wisdom, mind, clarity, space. And out of that spacious wisdom, clarity that sees things exactly as they are, naturally arises, spontaneously arising, the heart of infinite altruistic compassion to each and one of our kind mother sentient beings around us in every atom of space, visualizing above your crown, above their crown, an emanation of all that is pure altruism, pure compassion. Be it Arya, Chenrezig, be it from any faith or in the nature of light, be it just that purity, the light of infinite altruistic compassion above your crown, the crown of every sentient being. And then as we recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of infinite altruistic compassion, most known in the world, and generating the energy of that around in the space around us, around the environment, transforming the environment, providing protection to each and every sentient being. And then the healing energy of that streaming down from the heart of Arya Chenrezig, this embodiment of compassion above your crown, the crown of every being around you, streaming down, soothing, cooling, pacifying any ailments, any grief, anxiety, depression, overwhelm, anger, whatever, all the disturbing states of mind, all the physical ailments, and imagine all gets completely purified, our body, mind detoxed to the max, and more becomes pure, glistening, radiant light. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So that light, cooling, refreshing light nectar that is streamed down through your crown, the crown of every sentient being around you, transforming completely your body, every cell, every particle of your being, every subatomic particle, every unseen particle of your being, the spaces in between, radiant light, blissful, radiant light of compassion, vibrating, radiating out through all the pores in your skin, through your heart chakra, going out in each and every direction to every other sentient being, and pouring out from their heart as well. Heart to heart connection of love, of compassion, of this energy that knows no identity, that just is, not mine, not yours, not ours, just is. This is in the nature of who we truly are, connecting us heart to heart. Really feel that heart connection, compassionate connection, even as we remain physically distant, as many of us do around the world. And on the basis of that infinite altruistic compassion spurring us on in our practice, the actual prayer known as liberating the Sakya from disease. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Each and every one of us here, around the world. Each and every one we visualized around us on every atom of space. And of course, as we always dedicate this for our precious gurus. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sat in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we can gather together the energy of all the dedications, all the prayers done by ourselves today, in this next 24-hour period, all our past dedications and prayers, present, future ones, all those of all the dedications and all the prayers being generated by all people of faith throughout the world. May all these dedications, each and every one, be fulfilled immediately. So then doing some more extensive dedication prayers, sealing these merits with emptiness due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May the I, which is a complete elaboration my mind has made up, not existing any atom of space, attain the state of Lama Tsongkhapa's full enlightenment, depending on many, many causes and conditions collected over countless great eons, and lead each and every sentient being without exception to that enlightened state. By myself alone, who's completely empty of existing from my own side. Then I like to do the final Lamrim dedication. For my 2 types of merit vaster space that I have amassed from working with effort at this practice for a great length of time, may I become the chief leading Buddha for all those whose mind's wisdom eye is blinded by ignorance. Even if I do not reach this state, may I be held in your loving compassion for all lives, Manjushri. May I find the best of complete graded paths of the teachings, and may I please all the Buddhas by my practice. Using skillful means drawn by the strong force of compassion, may I clear the darkness from the minds of all beings with the points of the path as I have discerned them. May I uphold Buddha's teachings for a very long time, with my heart going out with great compassion in whatever direction the most precious teachings have not yet spread or once spread have declined. May I reveal the treasure of happiness and aid. May the minds of those who wish for liberation be granted bounteous peace, and the Buddha's deeds be nourished for a long time by even this graded path to enlightenment completed due to the wondrous, virtuous conduct of the Buddhas and their sons. May all humans and non-human beings who eliminate adversity and create conducive conditions for practicing the excellent paths never be parted in any of their lives from the purest path praised by the Buddhas. Whenever someone makes effort to act in accordance with the tenfold Mahayana virtuous practices, may they always be assisted by the mighty ones, and may oceans of prosperity spread everywhere. And then dedicating for the long lives of our precious gurus. In the land encircled by snow mountains, who are the source of all happiness and good, all powerful Chenrezig Gyalpo, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, live long. And everyone be safe, be well protected, compassionate, kind. And good morning, Venerable Gompo La.
Good morning, Venerable Chokila. How are you this morning?
Good, good. You enjoyed the Lamrim retreat? I know where you are. I recognize that space. You're still there. Where are you?
Not quite still there. I'm at home, but this is my background.
Oh, it's your background, yeah.
Yes. As we're doing Mahani mantra, I thought having Chenrezig above my head is a good thing.
It's perfect. You're well positioned. Good. Oh, you've done that very well. I'm at Tara Medical Centre in Bunbury, the other side of the country.
It's only about 4,000 kilometres away.
Yeah, not far.
Isn't technology wonderful?
Isn't it just? Yeah, yeah. Good,
Hope
good.
everything's going well for you over that side of the world?
Yeah, it's very, very nice. Now we're in also slightly cooler. It's a tolerable heat than it was the last month. So very good. Yeah, everything's going very beautifully here. Yes, very
Wonderful.
nice. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
All
thank you
right.
very much.
Thank you very
much. On with the next session.
Okay.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gyalpo. I'm in Brisbane, which is in Eastern Australia, about an hour and a half drive from Chenrezig Institute, about 4,000 kilometres away from Venerable Choki, who was just leaving the last session. I'd like to start by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land that I live on, the Yagara and Turrbal peoples, and I acknowledge their custodianship and the elders past, present, emerging. And then from Geshe Zopa's recommendation, may whatever we do here in this session be the cause for innumerable sentient beings to achieve the highest perfect and complete enlightenment. Then going on to some more personal motivations for today, thinking about just in your own space, thinking about anybody who you know of in your life who's suffering, bringing those people to mind and their suffering to mind. Now, motivating, we're doing this practice for ourselves to end our own suffering, but also for those people you bring to mind now who you know of close to you, and expanding that motivation out to all people in your local area, your city, province, state, country, we know to be suffering for all the ordinary ailments, physical and mental ailments of samsara. And then on top of those ordinary physical and mental ailments, we have the COVID-19 pandemic and all the suffering that comes with that, those people who have died terribly from it, those people who are currently suffering from it, those people who are terrified of catching it, those people who have all the mental anguish of having lost loved ones, not knowing what the future holds. The incredible suffering of all those kind mother sentient beings from the pandemic. Extending that motivation out to sentient beings in other realms, such as the animal realm. We know all those kind mother sentient beings born in this life as an animal who are suffering due to humans wanting to eat them, be entertained by them, eat products they produce, use them selfishly for their own benefits, not considering the well-being and the suffering of those kind mother sentient beings, animals. And there's the broader range of animals who are wild animals who have no certainty over what food they're going to have, no certainty over their safety, always looking out for their own safety, never really being quite settled and calm, always being worried about where the next meal's coming from. All those kind mother sentient beings. Motivating now, thinking that you'll do this practice now in order to achieve the highest, most perfect, complete alignment, to be in the best possible position, to free all those kind mother sentient beings you've brought to mind from all their suffering forever. Taking a moment just to feel in your heart that motivation. Moving now to the motivation from the prayer. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as Liberating Sakya from disease. We'll say the motivation through 7 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Taking a moment just to feel that refuge, not just reciting words, but to feel that genuine refuge in your heart, in the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Just going to do a short visualization of Chenrezig before we say the mantra. With firm concentration, visualize in the space in front of you, or yourself if you have the initiation, the divine form of the 1000 Arya Avalokiteshvara, Arya Chenrezig, who is the embodiment of the Buddha's infinite compassionate wisdom. He stands on a lotus and moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful looking and decorated with magnificent jewel ornaments. He has 11 faces. His central face is white, the right is green, and the left is red. Above those, his central face is green, the left is white, the right is red. Above those, his central face is red, the left is green, the right is white. Above those is a blue face in ruffle aspect, with orange hair standing erect. On the very top is the red-colored Amitabha Buddha in peaceful and smiling aspect. Two hands are clasped together at his heart, holding the wish-fulfilling gem. On his right, the next hand is in the mudra of giving realizations. The next bears a Dhamma chakra, turning the wheel of Dhamma. And the uppermost bears a mala, reminding you to recite the mantra. On his left, the next hand bears a vase containing the nectar of his divine compassionate wisdom. The next holds a bow and arrow, symbolizing the feet of the four Maras, and the uppermost bears a white lotus, the purest of flowers, although born out of mud. The other 992 hands are also in the mudra of giving the highest realizations. The skin of an antelope is draped over his left shoulder, symbolizing that hatred is overcome completely by peaceful, compassionate wisdom. On a moon disk at Arya Chenrezig's heart is the concentration being, Silbul Khri, surrounded by gallows, the mantra to be recited. Om Mani Padme Hum. White in color and standing clockwise. Light rays radiate from them, filling all of the inside of one's body and purifying all negativities and obscurations. Light rays radiate outward, from which an incredible assembly of deities of the Great Compassionate One are emitted, purifying the negativities and obscurations of all sentient beings, setting them in a state of Arya Chenrezig. These then collect back and dissolve into the free at the heart of Arya Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Continuing to recite the mantra, bringing to mind all those kind mother sentient beings who are close to you. Visualize those sentient beings, their suffering, the white light from the free at the heart of Arya Chenrezig emanating out, purifying all those negativities, obscurations that cause that suffering, placing those kind mother sentient beings who are close to you in the state of Arya Chenrezig. Continuing to recite the mantra, expand that field of white light out beyond those who are just close to you, out to all those in your local area, your city, town, city, state, province, all those kind mother sentient beings who are suffering with a myriad of samsaric sufferings, including COVID-19. Visualize those people, those sentient beings, white light emanating from Chenrezig, purifying all the negativities, obscurations, negative karmas, all that suffering, placing them in a state of Arya Chenrezig. Continuing to recite the mantra, expand that circle of light, that light emanating from the Tree Heart of our Chenrezig, beyond your local area, beyond your state, province, country, throughout the world, all those kind mother sentient beings in the world who are suffering from all those myriads of sufferings we've talked about earlier in the motivation. Ordinary physical and mental sufferings to the extraordinary condition of the pandemic and COVID-19. Continuing to recite the mantra, expanding that, those beings of white light from the heart of Arya Chenrezig. Not just the sentient beings we're aware of in this realm, all the human sentient beings and animal sentient beings, but all the sentient beings in the 6 realms, Preta realm, hell realms, Suras and Asuras, all the sentient beings of the 6 realms. White light emanating from the heart of Chenrezig, purifying all their negativities, obscurations, negative karmas, all their suffering, placing them in a state of Arya Chenrezig. Continuing to recite the mantra, feel deeply in your heart, through the power of Arya Chenrezig's compassion, all these sentient beings be freed from their suffering forever. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Pardon me. Moving now to recite the actual prayer. We'll say this through several times. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, labutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, 360 evil spirits that hum suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, labutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, being done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus of the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and labutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be done with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and labutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Taking a moment now to make any personal dedications you might have for individuals. Moving on to dedication prayers to actualize bodhicitta. May this precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline but increase more and more. Due to these merits, we all quickly become a Guru Buddha in order to place all transmigrated beings in that very state as quickly as possible. For the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, May you have a long life and your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the land of snows, teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness with compassion. To the lotus holder, Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. I'd like to finish with the dedication prayers from Achanti Deva's Bodhisattva's Way of Life. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored upon finding repose. May the naked find clothing and the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from all their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, and until then, may I too remain to dispel the sufferings of transmigratory beings. And I'm a minute or so early, but that's the end of my session today. I'm very grateful for everyone to have joined us today. And I hope this session, as Geshe Zopa recommends, was the source for innumerable sentient beings to be free from all their suffering forever. Good morning, Venerable Tony. You're on mute. You have to unmute yourself, Tony. Tony, do you know how to unmute yourself? Tony can't hear you because you're on mute. Little microphone button. Bottom left-hand side of the screen, the microphone button. There we go.
Is it right now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Morning.
Good morning.
All right. Good morning. How are you, Gyalpo?
I'm very well. How are you?
All right. How are things down in Brizzy?
It's been raining and off and on. So it's been sunny and raining and sunny raining. So it's not the weather's okay. I've been pretty much staying at home the last couple of weeks since the retreat finished.
Okay. Yeah.
Just going out for shopping.
Yeah. But probably a wise thing to do.
For the next week or two as well, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's been pretty well much the same here, rainy and a bit of sun and quite a lot of rain.
Oh, thank you very much.
What are you doing today?
I'm going to do some online study for the basic program.
Oh, okay, good. All right, I'll see you around.
See you later. Thanks very much.
Okay, doke. Have a good day. All right, so then, hi, good morning. Just to cultivate positive motivation for engaging in this session. And here perhaps to be thinking how it is in the world today, probably as it always has been, that those in positions of power making decisions, it's not necessarily when they make those decisions that those decisions motivated by wisdom and compassion. But maybe very often it may not be that way. It may actually be motivated by worldly dharmas, such as the idea of gaining power, material advantage, or whatever like this. This is the way of the world. And then also the information that we receive through the media. There's the various media streams that we receive, the points of view that we hear through the media. That's not necessarily the case either, but these points of view, these opinions, which is labeled news, comes from out of wisdom and compassion. There may be ulterior motives. And it may also be the case that they're well motivated, but it's not something that we can necessarily believe is coming from wisdom and compassion. And then also as well, the various influences in our society, that from the political level and also the media and various other influences that affect people's minds in general in our society. But it comes to be that the people in general, it may not necessarily be the case that they are motivated out of wisdom and compassion. So then, given that this may in fact be the case, it's not surprising that there are difficulties existing within the world, within our own particular country or culture or whatever. That's unsurprising, really. And so then if we have had the good fortune to connect with a tradition that is the embodiment of wisdom and compassion, as is the case in tradition, spiritual tradition of Buddhism, then we're very fortunate. And this tradition traces back to 2,500 years, back to the founder, Buddha Shakyamuni. And so this wisdom, compassion tradition has had an unbroken lineage over the last 2,500 years. And wherever it has influenced or touched on the society, it's touched those societies or cultures and people in a very positive way. And so it is the case now, in the present age. And so on the one hand, it's not surprising if people don't have connection with wisdom and compassion. And those in power and the media and people in general don't have that their decision-making and so on leads to more problems, more catastrophes, more difficulties. It's not surprising at all. But if we do have good fortune to connect within an unbroken tradition such as Buddhism, wisdom and compassion particularly, and this idea in Mahayana Buddhism of the idea of bodhicitta, meaning that we don't reject any being at all, but we try to embrace the welfare of all beings. And with that understanding, then our spiritual practice is influenced, and we influence we understand the events in this world, so that no matter what occurs, whatever unfairness occurs in the world, whatever unwise decision occurs in the world, that we don't cultivate the mind of rejecting beings, of developing hostility towards them. Our business is, however we can do it, is to embrace the welfare of all beings. And so we have this responsibility, having made a connection with this tradition and received the benefit from it. The responsibility lies with us, as best as we can, to cultivate the similitude of the mind of bodhicitta, the aspiration to reach enlightenment in order to remove all beings from suffering. And so then, with that understanding, to engage in this practice this recitation. That from the practice, may it be the case that we can influence the society in a positive way, that we become a force for good in the society, regardless of what happens, whatever events occur, whatever decisions are made by government, and so on. And so then, reciting the refuge, all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our minds, Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. And so then, just to invoke the presence of the compassion of all the Buddhas in the form of Chenrezig, having cultivated a positive motivation like this, we invoke all the Buddha's compassion in the form of Chenrezig above the crown of one's head, and then reciting Chenrezig's mantra, three malas worth of recitation of the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani. Om Mani Padme Hum. So now the actual prayer. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grey spirits, illnesses, Buddhists, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leaf, animals be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, ear sounds of whose names terrify beings that place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 clouds of interference, 360 evil spirits, suddenly, before and 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements, the part of the body and mind, whatever happens, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be about with long life, with health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Daikins, down protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of countless result, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spirits, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leaf, animals be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind of mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and the sounds of whose names terrify beings where their places start the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference and 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, before and 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever substance right due to the disturbance of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be it found with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protectors, and guard guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spills, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leaf, animals be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though then placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 plus of interference with 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be it bound with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spills, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leaves animals to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease that mere sounds of Buddhist names terrify beings so that lights inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 plus of interference with 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, before and 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the service of the four elements deprive the body and mind of be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power with long life, with health and well-being. The compassion of the spirituals, by the power of the Dakinis, down protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of grey spills, illnesses, and Buddhists not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease that, like a butcher leaving animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as they place inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed the 80,000 class of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, before and 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbance of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be it with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, down protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and results, these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all disease that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result in karma and temporary conditions such as harmful prayer spirits, elders, and spirits like the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that like a butcher lead animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease. May sons whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be harmed by the 80,000 plus interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 4 and 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are after due to the disturbance of the 4 elements depriving the body, mind, and every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life with health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karmas and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of great spirits, illness, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that like a butcher eating animal be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors that not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sons whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 plus interferers and 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 4 and 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to the disturbance of the 4 elements, the body and mind, if every happens be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, with well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of great spirits, illness, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease of mere sons whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 plus interferers of 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 4 and 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to the service of the 4 elements, the body and mind, and happens be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, with health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harm of great spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that like a butcher eating animal be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sons whose names terrify beings that are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 plus interferers, the 360 spirits that harm suddenly, the 4 and 24 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise due to the disturbance of the 4 elements, deprive the body, mind, and every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as harms of great spirits, illness, and Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disease that like a butcher eating animal be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they are placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 plus interferers, 60 spirits that harm suddenly, 124 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening disturbance of 4 elements, deprive the body, mind, if everything happens, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions mentioned, such as harms of breast, or others, Buddhist America, and the wrongs of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease, like a butcher eating an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and mirrors and Nordica and the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic disease, and the ear sounds its names terrify beings so they place inside the Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 plus of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly the 424 disease and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are to discern the four elements, the body and the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of gurus and three jewels, by the power of Dakini, charm protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth, the infallibility of karma and results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So then, just to make dedication. And firstly, from Shanti Deva. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with the mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on plenty clothes. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food, and the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever disease there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. As long as space remains, as long as transmigrating beings remain. Until then, may I too remain dispel the suffering of transmigrating beings. And so then, just to continue on with the dedications, and to dedicate to those who recently died, particularly died as a result of COVID-19, then may they take rebirth in Pure Land, or take perfect human rebirth to kind, Dharma-minded parents, make contact with faultless Mahayana spiritual teachers, follow the grounds and paths and attain the state of life. And wherever beings are seriously ill, particularly in relation to COVID-19, may they recover from their illness, and if not, then may they have peaceful death, take rebirth in Pure Land or perfect human rebirth to kind, compassionate, Dharma-minded parents, make contact with faultless Mahayana spiritual teachers, follow the grounds and paths and attain life. And wherever beings are undergoing difficulty as a result, particularly of COVID-19, either directly, indirectly, through sickness, or through the death of a loved one, or through any other difficulty that may have arisen, emotional problems, problems with business, relationship problems as a result of the stress coming from COVID-19. May they be able to deal with that difficulty and particularly transform it into something which will be beneficial to others. And may those who are involved in the care of the seriously ill, both the professionals and also the people who are close to the person who's seriously ill, may they find the courage, the strength, the wisdom and compassion to most skillfully help with enthusiasm. And then also in relation to the illness itself, may it be the case that a treatment, a more effective treatment for COVID-19 is found. And that those people who are involved in decision making in relation to COVID-19, the medical people and the political people, that their decisions are made on the basis of wisdom and compassion and are free of corruption. And then for the spiritual teachers to have long life and to continue to be a source of inspiration to the world. And particularly here is Hans the Dalai Lama. Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And different teachers in our centres and elsewhere. They have long life and continue to give teaching. And then whatever other dedication you feel is appropriate. Okay, so thank you. Good morning, Katie. How are you?
Good morning, Tony. How are you doing?
Pretty
So
good.
nice to see you.
Good to see you too.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all. Hey, Ginny, Aldo. Someone's hiding behind IMI. Hi, Coral. Nice to see you.
Thank you for being there.
Oh, that's Venerable Damcho. Is it?
I'm
Oh.
Aldo.
Oh, that's Aldo. Hi. Okay.
All right, okay.
You're going to go? Okay, see you, Tony.
Okay, Katie, yep, right.
Take care.
Have a good day.
You too. Well, we're evening now. You have a good day.
Yeah, okay, all right. Okay.
See you. Hi, Jay. Nice to see you. All right. So I think we'll just start. Okay, everybody, just settle into our... And hello, everybody. If there's anyone on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, I have no idea who's there. This is very strange. Anyway, I have a few people here in the room with me. And so let's just settle into our meditation posture. And just check your feet and your legs. Make sure you're comfortable. If they're crossed, if your legs are crossed, you know, in the regular meditation posture, you can put a couple of cushions underneath each knee to make sure you're comfortable. You can raise your sit bones. Just to make sure your pelvis is upright. Hands in the meditation mudra, right hand nestled in the left. And shoulders aligned with the hips. And if you are leaning or sitting on a chair or a couch or leaning up against a wall, try not to use the surface behind you. And let's just imagine our spine is a string of pearls of light, stretching from the base of the spine all the way up through the crown of the head, and just lengthen very slowly. And just notice your neck lengthening, the thoracic spine lengthening, shoulders dropping. Now the head is slightly tipped forward, the eyes are down looking along the length of the nose, And the tip of the tongue on the roof of the mouth. Relax the jaw. And just let's draw our attention to the crown of the head and relax the scalp. And the forehead, and the eyes, the nose, the area around the mouth, the cheeks. And bring our attention to the back of the head, the scalp there. Just relax that area, all the way down to the occipital bone. And just notice how your ears relax, your temples, your jaw. And relax the back of the neck and the shoulders, the back, the throat, the chest, the belly, and your limbs. And just check you're not holding any tension in your hands or your feet or your toes. Just relax and bring the mind to the breath. And notice the sensation of the air as it's flowing in. It's a little bit cooler than when you breathe out. And depending on the shape of your nose, you might notice that sensation on the tip of the nose, the base of the nose, or the side. If there's any sound in your environment, your external environment, just allow those sounds to be there. Try not to be distracted by them. Just let them go. And then watch your thoughts. They just arise, dissipate. A bit like bubbles, just kind of bubble up and then burst, replaced by new bubbles. So try not to engage with your thoughts or judge your thoughts. And just bring the mind back to the breath. And I'll start with a motivation at the beginning of the Vajra speech of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as Liberating, Sakya from disease. All beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dhamma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So now, just bring to mind all the people of your life and imagine all of space is filled with beings sitting around you and extending beyond the horizon. So your parents and your family members are beside you, and your friends behind you as support, and the ones you don't get along with so much in front of you, eyeball to eyeball, and the others all around. Welcome, Shayla. So first of all, think about the suffering of these people and all these beings, the birds and the lizards, the elephant seals I saw a couple of weeks ago. And I just heard today that out in the ocean, waiting for them to return back to the ocean, are great white sharks. What a life. So think of all these beings. But first of all, let's think of the suffering of your parents and the other people you're close to, and open your heart to the physical and psychological problems they're experiencing. because you know what they are and you're close to them and you don't want them to suffer and you kind of feel bad that they are. And just realize that just like you, they want to be free from their suffering, and feel how wonderful it would be if they were free and could enjoy the peace and bliss of enlightenment. And then think of the people that you don't like very much or who've hurt you, and imagine their suffering, their physical pain, their discomfort, their feelings of loneliness, insecurity, fear, and dissatisfaction, and think that perhaps how awful it would be to be in the mind of that kind of person that sort of is able to harm others, does it kind of readily, doesn't seem to care. What kind of suffering is inside that mind? And just like you, they don't want problems, but they have no choice, because as long as the mind is ignorant and confused and angry, it can't find peace. So just open your heart for a moment to the people that you normally feel irritation or anger. So expand your awareness to take in the troubles of pain of other human beings and of animals. And I'm thinking right now of those elephant seals, the baby elephant seals, the mothers, the ginormous fathers, kind of growing there on the beach north of here. As soon as they get in the water, they're going to be trying to escape the great white sharks. This is not a life you want to wish for. Okay, but don't be overwhelmed by all of this. Remember, suffering and pain are mental experiences and they are changeable. So I think we're going to have a strong aspiration to do this meditation, and meditation on Chenrezig and recitation of this prayer. Do it for yourself so that you can help others to be free of their suffering and for their sake. So just imagine above the crown of your head, facing the same way as you, as Chenrezig. And he is the manifestation of pure, unobstructed compassion, love, wisdom, kindness. And his body is white light, radiant, transparent. So try and feel the presence of this being above the crown of your head, this white light. You can also imagine this is the mind of your teacher, your Lama, your trusted mentor, however you see them, this person who's guiding you, who inspires your mind in the Dharma. This is their mind manifesting in this way for you, in this form. It just makes it a little bit more personal. So Chenrezig's face is peaceful and smiling. He's radiating love to you and all the beings surrounding you. He has 4 arms. The first 2 hands are together at his heart and hold a jewel that fulfills all wishes. The second 2 are raised to the level of his shoulders, the right holding a crystal rosary and the left a white lotus. He's sitting on a white moon disk on an open lotus, legs crossed in the full lotus posture, and he's wearing exquisite silks and scarves in the royal Indian style. He's wearing a 5-pointed crown on his head and jewelry around his neck, his waist, his arms, his wrists and ankles, and that 5-pointed crown is of course made of jewels, precious jewels. So just try and hold your awareness on this image until it is stable as much as you can. Try and stay open to Chenrezig's serene, loving, compassionate energy. So make a prayer from your heart to overcome your misconceptions and negative energy, and to develop pure love and compassion for all beings, and really feel that you are connecting with your own highest potential, your own true nature. So in response to your request, your wish, Chenrezig sends very happily streams of white light that pours into you, enters your body through the crown of your head, fills every cell and atom of your body and purifies all of your negativities and problems, all your past harmful actions and your potential to give harm in the future, and completely fills you with his limitless love and compassion. And your body feels blissful and clear. And then the light from Chenrezig radiates from your heart, from Chenrezig's heart, out to all the living beings, and purifying their negative energy, filling them with love and bliss. As we recite the mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And may whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhuttas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just remember, you have Chenrezig on the crown of your head. This is the mind of your Lama. And imagine Chenrezig dissolving into white light. This flows down through your crown, just kind of dissolves into you, absorbs into you, and reaches your heart and your mind and your Lama's mind, your Guru's mind, merge indistinguishably with Chenrezig's mind. And you experience complete tranquility and bliss. So if your usual sense of I starts to arise, thinking, this isn't real, I'm no good, da-da-da-da-da, just remember this is not your real self, and bring your mind back again and again to the experience of the qualities of oneness with Chenrezig and with your teachers. So let's just dedicate all the positive energy you've created today by doing this meditation and these prayers to the happiness of all living beings. So I'll just do some long life prayers. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig, Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. You uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Majana's victorious doctrine, who massively accomplishes magnificent prayers, honouring the Three Jewels, savour of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. There we go. Thank you very much, everyone. Hello, Chuki. Welcome. Goodbye.
Bye. Good to see you. Hope you're well.
Nice to see you too.
And
same to you.
Well.
Okay.
Well.
Lots of love, everyone. I'll see some of you tonight. Okay, bye. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Getty Cole, for your guided meditation.
Okay, so here we are. Welcome back to Western Australia, where it's our morning time. It was so wonderful a little bit earlier to be able to kick off this prayerathon for this week. So here I think we can hold in mind our purpose is engaging in this prayerathon. Each and every one of us, fronting up each and every week, 17, 18 months and so forth, some of us. Thinking of all the beings on every atom of space, all our particularly human brothers, sisters who are all of us collectively affected by coronavirus in whatever manifestation and whatever experience of that, whether we've lost dear ones, whether our dear ones are in ICU, whether we ourselves have experienced COVID or are experiencing COVID, whether we're the medics on the front line, exhausted, overwhelmed, and so forth, whether we're the leaders having to make these difficult decisions in these times, whether we're the scientists at the front line, all of us, each and every single one, we cannot say that we don't know somebody affected by COVID, if not directly ourselves. We're all, of course, affected in the sense of our lives have changed so dramatically over the past few years, 2 years or so, dramatically in ways we never would have envisaged, when we were making our New Year's resolutions or our purifications practices just over 2 years ago. I'm at the centre, Tara Meditation Centre in Bunbury in Western Australia, where I was here at that time 2 years ago when the first case in Australia, we had our first case around about 2 years ago, literally. And we didn't know what was in store. Fear arose, but we weren't quite sure what we were fearful of. Now fear arises because we do know what we're fearful of. So we can think each and every sentient being experiencing that, but particularly us humans have that karma for this. And then following in Lama Zopa's guidance, the method to transform a suffering life into happiness up to and including enlightenment. So holding each and every sentient being, and even the non-human ones, in our hearts, in our minds, even those who've passed away. So imagine them all, every atom of space, engaging in this practice along with us, this very spacious refuge of Thangtong Gyalpo. And then think, as Lama Zopa says, especially today, especially right now, this moment. So all the activities of your body, speech, and mind, hearing, thinking, meditating, engaging in this practice, walking, sitting, sleeping, whatever we are doing, moment by moment, this very day, this very night, doesn't become the causes of suffering, of more suffering for ourselves, for those we encounter, but instead becomes causes of happiness, especially each and every one that we visualized around us, including ourselves, to achieve Buddhahood, So transforming every breath, every step, every breath, every step into the causes for happiness for all sentient beings. So we had, this week, the passing of Venerable Thich Nhat Hanh, and that quote, instruction from Tay to say, don't consecrate my ashes and put them into a stupa, lock them up in a vase, contain them. And then he said, if you're going to do that, put a sign on. I am not in here. And then he said, and then put another sign saying, I'm not out there either. And then put a third sign, and it says, if I am anywhere, it's in the peacefulness of your step and the mindfulness of your breath. So profound. This is us engaging mindfully in this practice, generating positive, powerful energy that is nonetheless gentle, peaceful, loving, kind, beneficial, from our hearts to the hearts of every single sentient being we visualized around us, every atom of space. Hold, as Lama Yeshe says, think big. Hold your mind in that huge, infinite potential of your mind, of our capacity, of the capacity of our prayers, our aspirations, our positive intentions, actions, speech. essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma of scriptures and realizations, principles of all the Aryas intending virtue in the glorious holy Gurus, I take refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become the Dharma, Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. How precious, how dear to have the guidance of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, all our precious teachers, to navigate these crazy, challenging times in the world. And no matter whatever happens in samsara, it's always crazy, challenging times. But this particular manifestation right now in the world that is like our wake-up call of interdependence and our wake-up call of spreading the coronavirus. I was just talking to a non-Buddhist friend and saying, we have this insider talk, karuna, the Sanskrit word for compassion, spread that one, heart to heart, our heart to heart resuscitation, connection, compassionate connection with each and every other sentient being, family, friends, those who we have difficulty with, those who we don't even aware of, or the billions of people in the world, and all the other gazillions and trillions. So there's 100 trillion or billion or something like that ants in the world, or the ants in the world, the weight of which equal to the weight of all the human bodies in the world, human beings, just the ants, let alone all the ones we don't see. But we get a sense of our reliance, independence on each other. And so out of a wish to repay that kindness, we'll engage in this practice. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakini. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So visualizing here the objects of refuge as you understand those, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, inseparable from your own precious gurus. Here, Guru Shakyamuni Buddha, inseparable. All our gurus in the world today, all the Dharma, all the teachings that we have, all the Arya beings, direct perceivers of emptiness, of reality, in sync with reality. And then that arising in our own mind, ultimately, our own inner experience of the wisdom mind of a Buddha, the Dharmakaya, infinite like space. Abide there for as long as you can on that infinite Buddha nature potentiality of each and every one of us. Yes, I can, I will, I must, I am that. And on the basis of that profound, expansive wisdom mind that sees no obstacles, unobstructed like space, we can't help but help arising the heart of compassion, the welling up of caring, concern, loving kindness for each and every sentient being, for the sufferings in the world, so precious, so dear, that we have the Dharma to make some sense of, the experiences of our life and the lives of others, of the world, of the universe, etc., etc. So out of this compassion, this, upsurge of infinite altruistic compassion, we can visualize above our crown and the crown of each and every sentient being around us, every atom of space, as we visualized, an embodiment of that infinite altruistic compassion, being at Arya Chenrezig, if we're familiar with the visualization of the Buddha Chenrezig, or any being that for you embodies infinite altruistic compassion, no strings attached, in the nature of light above your crown, the crown of every being. Really feel that power of unconditional love, compassion, kindness, equal regard, like a Buddha, to each and every one, regardless they help, hinder, do neither. And from the heart of that being, streaming down, and if you're familiar with the visualization of the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum circling around in space, then that from that, glistening, radiant, light energy streaming down through your crown, the crown of each and every other sentient being around you, every atom of space. And it's like snowflakes melting in, cooling, refreshing, like a rainfall of compassion into every cell, every atom, every tiny, subtlest little particle of your being, completely transformed into a light body, body of light, healed, everything pacified, body and mind, soothed, healed, the power of healing energy in the world. So we can think like that more and more, transforming our body into this pure, like crystal-like compassion, radiating lights out everywhere, every atom of space. As we recite the mantra of infinite altruistic compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum. The jewel in the lotus. So the Om, body, speech, and mind of the Buddha, pure body, pure speech, pure mind. Mani, the jewel at the heart chakra, the jewel, which is compassion, in the lotus of wisdom, our wisdom mind, combining the two. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. To feel that you body completely transformed by this light, by this soothing light of compassion, your body radiating with the mantra and the light of compassion, everything, body, speech and mind, completely purified, healed, oozing with compassion out through all your pores to each and every other sentient being, every atom of space, and back from them who've been transformed into your heart, so that this reservoir of compassion at the heart chakra just grows and grows and grows and grows and gives us the power, the energy to engage in compassionate acts, kind acts, to engage in this practice powerfully, just like the Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, internal, external, four elements, myself, the world, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings So we can think of the 7.8 billion human beings and the gazillions and gazillions of ants and beings in the oceans and beings unseen and seen that in all world systems, in all realms of existence. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Totally pacified. Pacified totally. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, and mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So gathering together here, all our dedications, all our prayers, all our aspirations, all our good wishes for our fellow kind mother sentient beings and ourselves, all the energy of that we've gathered together, that we've accumulated from the past, all beings have, all beings of all faiths, all beings of all good intention, motivation, past, present, future, up to and including the Buddhas, inseparable from our gurus, delighting in that. So here we can gather this all together with a recitation of the four immeasurable thoughts, immeasurable minds. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness of higher rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them to never be separated from these. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So giving here all our past, present accumulations of merits, all our virtues, all their results, all the way up to and including enlightenment to each and every sentient being. And think that you've placed each and every sentient being into a state of bliss, of joy, especially the joy of full enlightenment, and take great delight, rejoice in that. Rejoice in all the merits of each and every one of us, ordinary beings on the path, past, present, future. Of all the ordinary being bodhisattvas, past, present, future. Of the Arya bodhisattvas, of all the Buddhas inseparable from our own precious gurus. Vast, vast, vast rejoicing. And then we can offer and request long life for our precious gurus. For His Holiness the Dalai Lama, in the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All powerful Chenrezig Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the Lord of Snow teachings and transmigratory beings who extensively clarifies the path that unifies compassion and wisdom, emptiness and compassion, same. To the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the long life and continued teachings of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, so precious, so dear in our hearts in the world. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three rare sublime ones, savor of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, live long. Be well, be safe, protect yourself, protect others. And so, Venerable Tenzin, how are you?
I'm doing okay, thank you. How are you?
Very well, very well. We're here in Australia, in Western Australia.
Western Australia, all right.
We're very fortunate to be safe in this part of the world right now, on this part. It's going to change, but for now, we haven't had too much extreme.
Very good. Good to hear. Yeah, we're in Washington State in the US.
Yes.
Rural parts. So it's I think I saw in the news the new variants kind of hitting the local healthcare system. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So we keep going. Keep
going. That's it. What an opportunity we have to do this.
Yes.
Yeah.
And lovely to connect. And I'll hand the baton, as I say, over to you.
Nice to see you. Take care.
Lovely to see you. Take care.
Okay. Bye for now. Okay then. So we have an opportunity to spend the next hour together, 2 sessions. So welcome to those that are tuning in at the moment or have continued to connect to these prayers and practices, and that we come together once a week as I and my nuns and monks to fulfill the wishes of Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, advice to what we can offer to the world at the moment with the current situation. So thanks to the kindness of many organizers and the support from Chenrezig Institute team, we're able to gather through technology for these prayer sessions to meditate a little, to deepen our love and compassion, our altruistic intention to be of benefit to others, and to engage together in very blessed prayers and dedications together to offer what we can through virtuous practice to those around us and to the world at large. And in doing so, by the way, developing, creating merit for one's own practice, developing one's own heart, mind, again, with the motivation that we can be of increasingly of benefit in the world. So, as we consider the time ahead and reflecting on our intention to offer the most benefit that we can, no matter what activity we're engaged in, the more that we can bring our whole self, our mind, our focus, our full attention to the activity that we're engaged in, the more effective we can accomplish our goals. Likewise, when we practice meditation, when we say prayers, when we seek to develop our minds and foster qualities in our hearts, to develop a warm-hearted attitude, the more that we can gather our attention, scoop it up from considering the past and gather it in from adventuring into the future. And place our awareness as best we can, anchoring it into the present moment. So when we think of the benefits of a focused mind, this can help inspire us to let go of the past and let go of the future, and continually bring our mind back to the present as fully as possible. And when we consider the foundation that this offers, that this provides, then also to inspire the mind, we can think of what motivation, positive state of mind, warm-hearted attitude, altruistic intention that we can create, build through our meditation. So perhaps as a start, we can bring to mind someone or some people that we know right now who are particularly suffering, physically, mentally, emotionally, perhaps isolated, perhaps sick, perhaps close to death, perhaps they've lost someone close to them and are grieving. We really feel what it's like to be in their experience. The worries, fear, pain, suffering, discomfort, wanting things to be different than they are. And when we bring to mind a loved one in this, experiencing this kind of difficulty, we notice our heart open and the wish develop that we could help in some way. How wonderful it would be if they were free from the suffering completely. And then we can expand our focus and think of many people in the world right now who we know about, maybe we've seen on the news, or we've heard reports, and we don't know them personally. We haven't met them yet. We have no particular relationship right now, but we know they're suffering. Again, perhaps they are sick, perhaps they're close to death, or they've lost a loved one and are grieving, or they're isolated or fearful or lacking resources. And we consider ourselves in their position, what it must feel like. And we deepen this thought, this wish of how wonderful it would be if they were free from whatever difficulty they were experiencing. And now we can bring to mind perhaps someone in our own life with whom we have some conflict, perhaps some hostile or harsh words were shared between us, or we feel wronged in some way. And nevertheless, we can consider what kind of experience are they having right now? What struggles are they facing? What difficulties are they experiencing? Mental, physical, emotional. And we bring this open-hearted, warm-hearted attitude and think how wonderful it would be if they were free from whatever suffering or difficulty they're experiencing. Because whether we think and bring to mind loved ones or those that we haven't met yet, or those that we might even have some conflict with, we can think of how intimately connected we are as a way to open to the reality of this close connection. That just like me, they want to be happy. And just like me, they don't want to suffer even in the slightest. And yet, we all continue to create the cause for the very suffering that we don't want. And at times we neglect or are confused about creating the causes for the happiness that we do want. And so we have one wish, one aspiration, one innate need for happiness and to be free from suffering. And yet so much of our lives are directed opposite to what we want and need. And we're all exactly the same in this wish for happiness and to be free from suffering. So we're already intimately connected by this sameness. So when we think of this intimate connection that we have with every single living being, and we think about how, although we want happiness, much of the time we are facing disappointment, things not being satisfactory, not finding the peace of mind and the joy that we want, then we can open our hearts even more and deepen our sense of compassion and concern for all living beings. And think how wonderful it would be if all living beings were free from every single suffering that they have. And how wonderful it would be if they had every happiness that they have, and even happinesses beyond what they might think is possible. And then we consider what would bring this, what would offer this outcome, this experience to living beings. And when we think of what the causes for happiness, wisdom and compassion, the wisdom that knows how to create the causes for the happiness that we seek, the wisdom that understands nature of phenomena to be impermanent, so we don't grasp at and become pained by the experience of phenomena changing, our circumstances changing. And the wisdom also of understanding that although things appear to exist from their own side, to be solid and real, that they don't exist in this impossible way. And by developing our wisdom in cause and effect, in impermanence, reality of dependent phenomena existing in dependence on other phenomena, causes and conditions, then we can see how it's possible to be free from all the suffering beings experience. And the more that we and others behave, create our actions with a motivation of kindness, recognizing the interconnected nature, that the appearance of being independent from one another is mistaken. When we develop this wisdom, the natural expression of this wisdom is love, compassion, kindness, and the altruistic wish to do whatever we can to help others. Because the thought of self and other dissolves. And just like ourselves, we want happiness, so too do all living beings. So the best thing that we can do, the deepest help we can offer others, is to develop the supreme thought, the altruistic wish to develop our minds fully, to awaken to full enlightenment. Only for the purpose of serving and benefiting all living beings, to relieve every single suffering that they have. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, what could be better than that? What life could be more exciting than that? So as best we can, holding, developing, and then holding this motivation in our hearts, even for a few moments, is an incredible imprint, a seed to plant, that we can develop this altruistic wish in our hearts. So that it's a living experience day and night. And so, based on this altruistic wish to bring benefit to others, then we can consider how, once again, amazing it is that we are still alive and that we have the conditions to do some practice together, to dedicate, to radiate this vast kindness of this altruistic intention to benefit all living beings, and particularly those beings in this world, particularly those that are suffering from any circumstances related to the current pandemic. And so developing, creating this practice further, we can bring to mind in the space in front of us all the enlightened compassion and wisdom energy of all the Buddhas, all the enlightened beings in the form of a beautiful, bright light. And then we can shape this light into the form of Guru Chenrezig, who has a white holy body, youthful, smiling, totally dedicated to benefiting beings day and night with great joy. And then surrounding us, we can invite all living beings. We can visualize our mother of this life on our left and our father of this life on our right. And around us, our loved ones, friends and family. And then in the seat, sitting in front of us, a special seat, which we offer to a very special guest, the person who perhaps we have some conflict with at the moment, who nevertheless offers us, or especially offers us, a very wonderful opportunity to love them, even though we experience some conflict. And in doing so, they offer us the opportunity to deepen, strengthen this positive state of mind and heart of love, kindness. After all, if we can learn to love and be kind, even in just our thoughts towards those that we regard as enemy in some way, then this is a very rich and precious opportunity to train our minds in this way. And then surrounding us, all living beings, joining in the meditation. And we can think that we're leading all living beings in the meditation in this practice. And we can start by reciting together foundational good qualities, which has the short lamb rim overview. So we plant the seeds for the path to enlightenment in our minds through these very blessed and inspiring verses. And we can think that all living beings are reciting this prayer along with us. And after each verse, we can pause and imagine that white light and nectar, inspiration, blessings comes from Guru Chenrezig in the space in front of us and blesses our minds and the minds of all living beings in the meaning of the verse that we've just recited, that we've just read, so that we're just on the verge of gaining the realization, deep understanding. The foundation of all good qualities is the kind and perfect Guru. Correctly following the Guru is the root of the path. By my clearly seeing this and applying great effort, please bless me to rely upon the Guru with great respect. So white light and nectar coming from Guru Chenrezig, inspiring our minds to understand the precious opportunity to meet with and relate skillfully with a teacher who can teach us the entire path to enlightenment, the incredible benefit in our minds through nurturing this relationship. When I have discovered that the precious freedom of this rebirth is found only once, is extremely difficult to find again, and is greatly meaningful, please bless me to unceasingly generate the mind, taking its essence day and night. So white light and nectar coming from Guru Chenrezig, blessing and inspiring our minds in the understanding of how incredible this opportunity is to be human, to have the freedoms that we have, to connect with the teachings on the path to enlightenment, the rare causes that we had somehow created to be able to have this experience, and inspiration to make the most of this opportunity that we have. So with a relaxed mind, joyfully engaging in the virtue, training our minds day and night. This body and life are changing like a water bubble. Remember how quickly they perish and death comes. After death, just like a shadow follows the body, the results of black and white karma follow. So again, white light and nectar coming from Guru Chenrezig, blessing our minds and inspiring the minds of ourselves and all living beings to tune our mind into this understanding of the impermanent nature of all phenomena, and particularly our own bodies and life. And like a water bubble, they very quickly change and come to an end. And that once our lives come to an end, our future, the continuity of our experience will continue to be the ripening of positive and negative actions. So it's completely in our own hands what experience we have after this death, after this life, and we experience death. When I found definite conviction in this, please bless me to be conscientious in abandoning even the slightest collection of shortcomings and in accomplishing all virtuous deeds. Again, white light and nectar coming from Guru Chenrezig, blessing our minds. And the meaning of this verse, to deepen our enthusiasm and joy, to practice virtue, to plant positive seeds, path to enlightenment, to create the causes for the very result that we wish for, full enlightenment. When I recognize the shortcomings of samsaric perfections, there is no satisfaction in enjoying them. They are the door to all suffering, and they cannot be trusted. Please bless me to generate a strong wish for the bliss of liberation. So white light and nectar coming from Guru Chenrezig, blessing and inspiring all of our minds to understand this verse. That despite phenomena, self, others, the world around us appearing as real, as a reason to develop attachment and aversion for what we like, what we don't like, we remember that these are samsaric appearances. There's no basis to them. And in that way, we can't trust. And in this way, we can generate a strong wish to be free from this attachment and aversion, free from the ignorance that confuses appearances for reality, and to yearn for the bliss of liberation from this cycle. Through my being led by this pure thought with great remembrance, alertness, and conscientiousness, please bless me to make keeping the individual liberation vows, the root of the teachings, my essential practice. So white light and nectar coming from Guru Chenrezig, blessing our minds, to inspire us to understand how powerful and effective the practice of taking vows, whether they are monastic vows or lay vows, the power, the effect of moving our minds towards liberation by refraining from harmful actions and training our minds, our body, speech, and mind in engaging in positive actions. And just as I have fallen into the sea of samsara, so have all mother my transmigratory beings. By my seeing this, please bless me to train in supreme bodhicitta, which bears the responsibility of freeing transmigratory beings. So white light and nectar coming from Guru Chenrezig, inspiring our minds and the minds of all living beings around us to be able to turn our attention outward to the vast sea of beings around us who have all been our kind mother in the past, who are all suffering right now, who are all confused by the ignorance, and to recognize that we ourselves can take on the responsibility of working for and serving all living beings by bearing the responsibility of doing everything we can to develop our minds so that we can free all living beings from the suffering that they're experiencing. Even if I develop only bodhicitta without familiarizing myself with the three types of morality, I cannot achieve enlightenment. By my seeing this well, please bless me to keep the vow of the sons of the victorious ones with fervent effort. So white light and nectar coming from Guru Chenrezig, inspiring our minds into the understanding that to deepen our bodhisattva activities on the basis of bodhicitta, this altruistic wish for enlightenment, by then taking the bodhisattva vows, we can continue to train and deepen, enhance this altruistic intention. By my having pacified distractions to wrong objects and correctly analyzed the meaning of reality, please bless me to quickly generate within my mind stream the unified path of calm abiding and special insight. So white light and nectar coming from Guru Chenrezig, blessing our minds into the understanding of the need and the benefit of developing a calm mind, the supremely calm mind of calm abiding, and to combine that state of mind with the special insight on the wisdom realizing the nature of reality. When I have become a suitable vessel by training in the common path, please bless me to immediately enter the holy gateway of the fortunate beings, the supreme of all vehicles, the Vajrayana. So for the next few verses relating to Tantra, we can just continue to think that Guru Chenrezig radiates light and nectar, blessing and inspiring our minds into the understanding of the verses that we're reciting. At that time, the basis of accomplishing the two attainments is keeping my vows and samayas purely. When I have gained effortless conviction in this, please bless me to protect them even at the cost of my life. Then when I realized exactly the vital points of the two stages, the essence of the tantric sets, and I am enjoying the yoga of 4 sessions with effort, without being distracted by non-meditation objects, please bless me to accomplish these according to the teachings of the holy beings. Thus may the virtuous friends who reveal the noble path and the spiritual practitioners who correctly accomplish it have long lives. Please bless me to pacify completely the collections of outer and inner obstacles. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. So we can just reflect on the foundational qualities, these verses, just by reading through one time, we plant the seeds of, well, the path, the complete path to enlightenment, Sutra and Tantra. It's an incredible practice. Read it through, to pause, to reflect, and to visualize that we're receiving all the blessings to understand and develop the realization. And especially if we visualize that we are reading it with all living beings and that they are also gaining this benefit, creates a very inspiring state of mind and plants a seed to be able to explain and help others understand and realize the meaning of these verses also. So now with this motivation, we can recite the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, the Mahasiddha. And we start this prayer by reciting the verse of motivation 3 times together. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, are infinite like space. Go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So reflecting on and strengthening our mind of refuge. And just like when we fall down, we look for something reliable to lift ourselves back up. Something that can bear the weight of pulling ourselves back up. So too, when we investigate and we see that we have fallen down, as it were, in samsara, and by this we mean our habitual tendency to suffer and create the cause for suffering, then we look for someone, something, some refuge to be able to lift ourselves out of this experience. And so we look to the enlightened beings who have completely freed themselves from suffering. So they have completed the very path that we seek to travel. And the teachings, their explanation of their experience of how we can liberate ourselves from the suffering is the Dharma. And those that are also on the path, helping to guide us, are the Sangha. So in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, we have an infallible source of support to inspire and guide us from life to life, from happiness to happiness, all the way to full enlightenment. So we strengthen our connection with this perfect refuge. And we can go deeper as well by considering how we can take a resultant refuge, move our minds towards a resultant refuge where we can think of taking refuge in our own potential to become Buddha, to awaken, to attain the fully enlightened state. That this potential for Buddhahood is within us right now. So that as we purify the mind and develop qualities, we can attain this, fulfill, actualize this very potential. And the resultant Dharma is the true cessation of suffering, the wisdom that realizes the nature of reality directly. And we have the potential to develop this understanding, to bring it to its full development. And that we can take refuge in the resultant Sangha, that we ourselves can become guides for all living beings. Right now, even by coming together to do some prayers and practice together, we are supporting each other. And the more that we develop our understanding of the path, the more that we can be of support, the more that we can help. So also placing our mind in this resultant refuge. And with this mind of refuge, then we can recite the mantra of Chenrezig, Guru Chenrezig, in aspect, Buddha of compassion, Chenrezig, youthful, smiling sweetly, happy that we're doing this practice, and in nature, our teacher was someone who inspires us in their compassionate, loving, wise presence. And so as we recite the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize that light and nectar comes from Guru Chenrezig to ourselves and to all living beings. And it enters our bodies and minds and soothes, purifies, eliminates all the suffering, physical pain, discomfort, sickness, emotional problems, any difficulties. And inspires and blesses the mind to develop qualities of love, open-heartedness, kindness, wisdom that can see the nature of phenomena as they are. And as we continue to recite the mantra, it liberates and enlightens all living beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Now we invite Guru Chenrezig to come to the crown of our head and the heads of all living beings. And Guru Chenrezig is very happy to do this and comes to sit on the crown of all of our heads. And then we invite Guru Chenrezig to stay with us, to remain in our hearts, inspiring and blessing us to develop love, compassion, and the altruistic wish to bring as much benefit to others as we can in this precious opportunity that we have in this life by developing our wisdom. And Guru Chenrezig dissolves into light and then dissolves into us. And we feel a sense of oneness with Guru Chenrezig's holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. And in this inspired space, inspired state of our heart, can reaffirm our commitment to live our lives to bring the most benefit to others. in every opportunity to practice kindness, love, compassion, and develop our minds in the wisdom that understands the nature of reality. And with this inspiration, we can then recite the prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, and the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, the dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So just reflecting for a moment on this opportunity that we've had to come together, thanks to the kindness of many others, and the opportunity we've had to develop our motivation. So with a mind focused and a heart, a warm-hearted, altruistic motivation. And then the opportunity to practice, to reflect on the meaning of the prayers that we've been reading through our visualization, mantra recitation, the incredible imprints and virtue that we have created, positive energy that we can consider, also all the virtue that we've created, all the positive actions that we've created in the past, and all those that we'll create in the future, and combine all of this together with all of the merit positive actions that have been, all the actions that have been created, the merit that's been generated by all the Buddhas, all the Bodhisattvas, all the beings developing realizations on the path, and all living beings in this world, in all the universes, in the past, the present, and the future. We combine all this positive energy together, and we can dedicate it, that the supreme, precious wish, altruistic wish for enlightenment, bodhicitta, to benefit all living beings that has not yet arisen, may it arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Likewise, may the precious wisdom realizing the nature of reality that has not yet been born, may it arise and grow. May that which has been born not diminish, but increase more and more. And may the lives of all of our precious teachers be long and stable. In particular, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and all of our precious teachers, teaching that unmistaken path to enlightenment. And may all their holy wishes and projects, plans come about without a second's delay. All right. Well, thank you very much. Good morning, Venerable Suchun.
Hello, good evening or good morning. I don't know which zone you're in. Hello.
Yeah, I'm on. Hi. I'm on the west coast of the US.
Oh, all right. So it's good evening then.
Yeah, nice to see you. Thanks for your help also in the BP.
Oh, okay. Yeah, your name is familiar also from BP. So thanks for your participation as well.
Yeah. Well, nice to see you. I hope you're well, and I'll leave things with you.
Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Tenzin.
Thank you, Aldo.
Nice to see you.
So this is a session that I'm leading for half an hour. Hi, Aldo. Could you mute yourself, please?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yes, so I'm Tenzin Sultrim from Singapore. The center here is Amitabha Buddhist Center. And for us over here, it's now a little past 11 a.m. in the morning. So after some absence, I'm leading this half-hour session. So without further ado, I'll go into the practice. So I think there's already a lot of familiarity with how it works after more than a year. So the motivation being to benefit all sentient beings, thinking of them as one's kind mother. Since beginningless time, all sentient beings have been one's mother. And like oneself, myself, have been undergoing continuous suffering without break. The different types of suffering, especially the pervasive compounding suffering. And so developing that attitude of bodhicitta with a wish to do whatever one can within one's capacity to bring happiness to others, especially to help to awaken the imprints for enlightenment. So with that motivation to do this practice of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Supreme Assembly. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So thinking in this way with refuge and bodhicitta, then in the space before me, I visualize the thousand-armed Chenrezig, inseparable from my root guru, inseparable from His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and from the heart of Chenrezig emanates nectar beams of bright lights coming from the mantra garland, Om Mani Padme Hum. And with this motivation to benefit others, to free them from suffering, and to lead them to enlightenment, and to request strongly for the Guru's blessings, the blessings of Guru Chenrezig, then to recite Om Mani Padme. Probably we'll be able to do at least 3 malas. So to be reciting the first at least 21 or 28 out loud, and after that I will do it silently. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Omani Peme Homani Peme Homani Peme Omani Peme Homani Peme Homani Peme Omani Peme Homani 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 Peme. So thinking that having recited these mantras and some visualization of the nectar beams entering into oneself and to all sentient beings, then we are all completely purified and receive the pure blessings of Guru Chenrezig. And now the actual prayer, we'll recite several times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and three jewels, the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And next, time to recite several of these mantras. So the Vajra mantra, which has also been advised by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche in this prevention of COVID or pacification of COVID-19 prayers. So I'll just recite this about 7 times. So when we recite this mantra, which is wrathful, we can visualize Vajrapani in front. We can still recite without visualization. We just think it. Whatever mantra, they are all the teachings of our kind teacher, the Buddha. Om Vajrape, Om Bhimashawari, Nambashik, Nanganin Dadyatata, Sawavirita, Hana Hana Vajrana, Ragya Ragya Swaha. Om Vajrape, Om Bhimashawari, Nambashik, Nanganin Dadyata, Sawavirita, Hana Hana Vajrana, Ragya Ragya Swaha. Om Vajrape, Om Bhimashawari, Namasi, Naganin, Dadyata, Sawavirita, Hana Hana Vajana, Ragya Ragya Swaha. Om Vajrape, Om Bhimashawari, Namasi, Naganin, Dadyata, Sawavirita, Hana Hana Vajana, Ragya Ragya Swaha. Om Vajrape, Om Bhimashawari, Namasi, Naganin, Dadyata, Sawavirita, Hana Hana Vajana, Ragya Ragya Swaha. Om Vajrape, Om Bhimashawari, Namasi, Naganin, Dadyata, Sawavirita, Hana Hana Vajana, Ragya Ragya Swaha. Om Vajrape, Om Bhimashawari, Namasi, Naganin, Dadyata, Sawavirita, Hana Hana Vajana, Ragya Ragya Swaha. So by reciting this repelling mantra, so think that all the obstacles are also completely pacified and one receives the blessings of Vajrapani. And finally, to complete, we'll go to the dedication prayers. So due to the merits of engaging in this practice with the thought to benefit all sentient beings, with the motivation of bodhicitta, then we dedicate the merits for the benefit of all sentient beings, and particularly for the long, healthy lives of all our spiritual guides, our precious gurus, particularly for His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who has been so kind in giving us this advice for this practice to have been able to continue for more than a year. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. So at this time, to dedicate strongly for this COVID pandemic, throughout the world to swiftly come to an end, and for the massive suffering to swiftly stop. And to pray for all those that around the world who have passed away due to this disease, as well as those that we want to pray and dedicate for, including the names given to pray for in our the sign-up schedule. That's different names given to pray for. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Adhitara. By the force of the victorious One Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct, mild, virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen upon them. As long as any sentient beings has not been liberated, may I abide to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who is completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the full state of enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praised as the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times in order to have good conduct. So before I recite the long life prayers, I just want to add some names to dedicate for, particularly some of our fellow IMI Sangha who have taken severe illness, to dedicate for their recovery and for all their Dharma wishes to be fulfilled, especially for Venerable Punto in Israel, and also there's Venerable Yvonne, and Venerable George Chirinov, our very senior FPMT Sangha member, to recover quickly from cancer and for his cancer treatments to be very effective in helping him. And also for our for Venerable Tenzin Lektsok, who I have just been informed by a mutual friend that Venerable Lektsok has also contracted COVID. I hope it is not severe. And I hope Venerable Lektsok La recovers as quickly as possible. Venerable Lektsok is the chairman of our IMI board. And so also all the other names given to pray for, including for Venerable Thupten Choying here in Southeast Asia, who also had COVID, and I hope she has also swiftly recovered. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Be spontaneously fulfilled. Tenzin Gyalpo Prayer, Gunzo Toboze, Chosungo Elemen Tudru, Bata Sotuje, Gudu Shapte. Jugi Gyalpo Tsongaba, Chuzu Namba Bewa, Langege Tenma Shiwa, Dongtungin Malu Tawa Sho, Dadan Senki Dusum Danjewe, Tokni La Teni, Gyawa Losang Drapa Temba Yurimpa Gyuchi. Thank you very much, and greetings to Dangchola. Leaving it to you to take on the next step.
Good
Nice.
morning. Well, good morning from my end, Venerable Tenzin. How are you? No, Sultan, sorry, Sultan, isn't it? Yes.
They're all either
they're all one, yes, but there's so many
Sultan.
So we have a slight, it's like, yeah, how are you? I don't think we crossed paths many times in the past. So lovely to see you in person. So yes, and thank you for leading the session. And it's always nice to make contact really with the lead. So sometimes, you know, it's more frequent than others, but it's lovely to have you on board. And I think is it you're also looking after the south the Asia region, aren't you the rep for that area?
Thanks for the advertisement. Okay, it's just Southeast Asia at the moment.
Yes.
Yeah, so we've been
but you know, these roles do need to be recognized. So thank you very much for all your efforts. And
we'll carry on contact if we need to, you know, through I'm sure in the coming months and so on. So nice to see you again. Happy New Year to you. I'm gonna leave you because I have another
meeting. No worries. Sorry, I don't want to hold you up.
Like
anyway,
so
lovely to
nice to come and you know, contribute after such a long absence. And so thanks for organizing you know, this continuously, and yeah, maybe see you again soon.
See you soon. Have a lovely day.
Good morning to you.
Bye
Good
bye.
morning.
Good
All
morning.
right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Take care. Bye. Good morning, everyone. It's Damji here from the UK. So yeah, that was our Dharma sister, Venerable Sultan, and it's always nice to get a chance to catch up, and yes, so it's just wonderful. So where are we? We got 25 minutes. And so thank you very much to everyone who's joining us online, for all the wonderful support you've given us as you know, as prayerathon throughout. And it's been going on 15 months, no, 17 to 12, 17, yeah, 17 months about that. So it's been quite a while for prayerathon to be going. And we couldn't have done it without you all. So thank you very much. And all the wonderful support you've given us. Also the support to all the wonderful Sangha who's given their time so freely, you know, as and when they can. So with, you know, some have different commitments. So it's everybody's contributing. So thank you very much. And it all adds up, so much appreciated. Okay, so if you just take a moment to refocus the breath and reset the motivation and mind. We all may have our different reasons for being here. Either because we're following the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, reciting these prayers from other sentient beings. Maybe here as part of something your center organizes, morning prayers or evening prayers. Maybe here because you have just found us by accident and think, oh, that looks interesting, what's going on here? We also have somebody maybe with a circle of friends and family who are ill, or have been ill, maybe are about to die or have passed away. It's nice to be in an environment where you can feel that we include you, your family, your friends, the sick and dying, within our prayers, irrespective of whether you're Buddhist or not, what tradition you may belong to. And that basis, quickly recite the 4 verses from the King of Prayers. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wonders in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So here we set out what we really want to do. We want to ease the suffering for all beings. We have acknowledged our community. That may just be the community of the Sangha. This may be the community, in which you frequent. You may look at the community of human beings and sentient beings. It's you may also look at us here right now as a community, because we share the same aspirations and activities coming here together in these prayers, irrespective of, maybe our spiritual backgrounds. We also acknowledge our spiritual mentors. These mentors can be, of course, our Dharma teachers or the teachers you have within your faith. But they also can be those who inspire you to do positive things, to inspire you to do things beneficial to all mother sentient beings. Obviously, when it comes to teaching the Bodhisattva way, we look at it from the Buddhist point of view. Then we also acknowledge that there are many sentient beings, not just human beings, who experience suffering. It is for their sake that we wish to seek enlightenment and benefit them in this and all future lifetimes until they are liberated from their suffering as well. So if we add to that the 4 measurables. May all beings enjoy happiness and the causes of happiness. May all beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May all beings never be apart from the supreme bliss, which is free of suffering. May all sentient beings live in equanimity and free from attachment and aversion that keep some close and others distant. So if you visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in the space in front of us, and if you had the relevant initiation, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head. If you're following us from a different spiritual path, just visualize the deity you most closely associate with love and compassion for all other sentient beings. And anyone who is uncomfortable with engaging with deities, just visualize clear light which is filled with love and compassion for all other sentient beings. Visualize that light radiates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions, and each light beam finding one of the infinite number of mother sentient beings. Entering the bodies through the crown of the heads and filling them with love and compassion and purifying light nectar. Cleansing away all negative karma and delusions. Revealing more and more of their true nature, their Buddha nature. As we're experiencing the bliss of having all the weight of all the negative karma being lifted and removed, the grind being washed away, stubborn tastes and stains, and smells being removed from our bodies, feeling refreshed and rejuvenated. We look around and see that all other sentient beings experience exactly the same. The joy of being pure again, being clean again, being able to move again, being able to just be without having to worry who's after them, trying to cause them harm. We recognize that in essence we are exactly the same. Our outer appearances may vary, but in essence we are the same. We are beings wishing to be free from suffering and its causes. And on that basis, we invite all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and Dakis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having taken refuge in the Guru is pleased that so many have answered the call. And as the Guru smiles, we can feel the purifying light nectar intensifying more and more. And more of our true nature, Buddha nature, is being revealed. Atom by atom, we begin to glow, radiating light. Being filled with that light, we radiate light back to the Guru and all other sentient beings who themselves exchange light with the Guru and other beings. We all become one with the Guru, we become one with one another. And again, we recognize that in essence, we are the same. But we have contributed to the suffering of others, so the actions of our body, speech, and mind represented by Om. Om also represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Gurus and Buddhas. In order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Vani and Padma, and combine those in Om to reach our complete, purest potential, to effortlessly be of benefit all the time for all sentient beings. So recognizing this, we recite the Mani mantra whilst exchanging ourselves, or continuing to exchange ourselves with the mother sentient beings. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Having acknowledged our faults of past lifetimes through the actions of body, speech, and mind. Having made the promise that from now on we engage in wholesome actions to be of benefit to mother sentient beings. Having taken refuge in the Guru, and whilst reciting many mantras, exchanging ourselves with the Guru and all mother sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves now as pure and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can. May we now recite the main prayer of Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Sakya from disease. May all sentient beings may all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the hounds of grass, sinners, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the womb. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the womb. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of his name stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening disease, whatever sufferings there are from. Okay, where are we? It's the same. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. With the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the womb. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all the embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May a son of his name stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that are in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of grass, bitterness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. May son of his name stand for beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So, through the power of these prayers, may all the root causes for suffering be destroyed. Thinking about the tiniest aspects of the seeds. May all suffering be destroyed at the seed. And may we continue to recite these prayers until every single seed of suffering has been destroyed for the benefit of other sentient beings. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and its causes. May the sick be restored to good health. May those who have entered the bardo, about to enter the bardo, of swift transition, be reborn under favorable conditions. And may those who have experienced hardships or experiencing hardships be given whatever resources necessary to overcome these hardships and be reinstated into a place of happiness that is free from suffering, so that they may be able to take care of themselves, their friends, their families, and their communities at large. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, like a great beacon of love and compassion, shines brightly, guiding us in these turbulent times. May all His holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we see Him one day be reunited with His people in Tibet. May this be the case in this lifetime. And may we continue to be guided by His wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the long life and well-being of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his great wisdom has guided us to do these practices of Thangtong Gyalpo on a weekly level. And by doing so, has brought us as an international community much closer together. And also ensure that we have tighter communication and connections amongst the International Sangha community. May we continue to develop these connections for the benefit of mother sentient beings in this and all future lifetimes. May Lama Zopa's holy wishes be swiftly fulfilled. May we continue to be guided by His wisdom in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the precious Sangha community for keeping the flame of the Dharma alive by taking up studies, giving teachings, and preserving the Dharma in so many ways to ensure that it remains accessible for those who need it and seek it. Our brothers and sisters from whatever tradition reach enlightenment as quickly as possible and continue to be of benefit in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to the lay community who, through the great kindness of giving the time, expertise, and support, including financial support, to Dharma centers, monasteries, and charitable projects, to ensure that they may flourish. May they never be separated from the Dharma, the community of Sangha and virtuous friends. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we continue to enjoy their company in this and our future lifetimes. Dedications. So I have to rearrange my paperwork a little bit here, the space point of view. Due to the match of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the mass of the three times, collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, wind be pacified immediately, and may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future mats collected by me, and all the mats of the three times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from my own side, its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. The long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kubishin Kambi, Pendang Deva Malu Jungwen, Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso Yi Shape Site Badu Thank you Hochi. Tzu Chang Xing Yam Gen Gewe Tenzin Gen Pelwe Kunzo Do Po Tzu Chok Sum Kwe Leg Mun Churu. Thank you very much, everyone who's joined me in this session. Thank you very much for your wonderful support, for throughout prayerathon. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for continuing to host us so diligently, making sure that we can be with you all around the world on Zoom and YouTube. Thank you very much to all the wonderful people in the background to make it possible for us to be in front of the camera and to enable those who make sure that we're in front of the camera have all the necessary support and technology and coffee breaks that they can get. And yes, here we are, Venerable Lecton is here. How are you? Lovely to see you.
I'm very well, Venerable. Nice to see you too, and thank you so much for you putting in all of the hard work and organizing and week after week, even when you're moving. So where did you move to?
I'm now in Leeds, in Yorkshire, in the UK, and I've joined the center here as SPC. And yeah, it's an interesting time right now, because I just joined in time to get the new program organized, so that's on the cards. And of course, we're very fortunate that the center also runs a BP, and yeah, so much is happening. And of course, now that we hopefully gone through the last lockdown, now the centers are open again, to be experienced. I mean, that's the benefit of having a center, that people can come in. But of course, with lockdown, people have remained away, so we now want to get them back in, to enjoy the space. And it's such a beautiful space they've prepared. And yes, okay, still, with all these bigger buildings, it's an ongoing process to get it just right. But it's an exciting time. So yes, it's very enjoyable.
Yeah, not a dull moment. So I'm glad to.
No, dull. It's certainly not. I mean, that is true. But it's also a learning curve. Being in a new role. But it is part of it. I think we have to grow. We have to be able to do the service in whichever way we can. So it's great. Anyway, lovely to have you back, and thank you very much for being such a contributor to Prayerathon and offering your support so frequently. So thank you very much. Much appreciated.
You're so welcome.
Have a lovely day,
and
I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See you soon.
Thank you. Thank you, Venerable. Thank you, Danto Venerable.
So I'm joining the prayers from Melbourne, Australia. So I think for the first time I'm able to do it during daylight. It's always been very I'm in a little dark cave with very little light. So here we are. We'll take a moment to get our mind and body settled and set our motivation, virtuous motivation for these prayers, that we are doing these prayers to benefit sentient beings who are suffering, our mother sentient beings who are suffering in sickness and the problems that it has brought about: fear, anxiety, separation, death, loss, grief, and all manner of other problems that is happening in the world. So we are following Lama Zopa Rinpoche's advice and doing these prayers. So taking a moment to think about all the suffering beings. I mean, we will just do a little meditation on the 4 immeasurables. Just firstly connect with your breath, just for a couple of minutes. Consolidating our motivation. Connecting with our heart. And understanding what a precious opportunity in these hardest of moments in the world, that we are able to contribute in some way that we are able to support each other. That we have the guidance of our gurus, particularly Lama Zopa Rinpoche and His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So to think how wonderful it will be if all people had this opportunity to be free from suffering and to be free of creating the causes of suffering. To really understand karma that brings about these harsh conditions. And our habitual way of responding to them. May our mother sentience never be separated from the happiness of having these fortunate circumstances, a higher rebirth, and all the conditions that would ultimately lead to a liberation, full enlightenment. And how wonderful it would be if we were free from discriminating thoughts of anger and attachment, liking some and distancing others. And firmly wishing I myself will cause them to have these conditions. And please, Guru Buddha, help me to be able to do this. For us to have unwavering bodhicitta in our hearts, no matter how difficult it seems. To always remember the kindness of our gurus and the kindness of mother sentient beings. In all the activities we do, no matter what it is, during the day. So holding this strong motivation in our hearts, we can think about Thangtong Gyalpo Mahasiddha that we are about to supplicate with our prayers. All of the wondrous qualities, enlightened qualities that Mahasiddha, who through instructions from Chenrezig, or our Lokiteshvara, by receiving this prayer, liberated the Sakya people who were experiencing a pandemic. So we call upon him to do the same for us right now. So we'll do the motivation. So just holding all our mother sentient beings, going for refuge to the Mahasiddha, and understanding the inseparability of Chenrezig and our own guru. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. all sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. We'll do it 4 more times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So with that, still holding all the 6 realm beings in human form surrounding us, we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, the mantra of Avalokiteshvara, imagining 1000-armed Chenrezig or Avalokiteshvara is above our head. And as we recite the mantra, nectar emanates from the heart of Chenrezig and falls on the top of our heads. Each and every one of us gets purified as we recite this mantra from all the obscurations we have created, all the negativities, negative karma that's yet to ripen, are completely purified. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So with that, we'll visualize the nectar that is emanating from Chenrezig has completely purified us. Excuse me. And that Arya Chenrezig dissipate into steam-like substance. And falls on the top of our heads and completely enters into our bodies, bringing all the qualities of compassion and wisdom. Excuse me, I've got to. And with that, ourselves and all beings are completely purified. And we have all of the qualities of Arya Avalokiteshvara within ourselves. Just taking a moment to imagine ourselves like crystal, our bodies are completely clean, clear. We'll recite the main mantra. Actually, I'll do this. This mantra that brings forth all of the deities connected with Chenrezig, wrathful, victorious Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge, whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of coddling and of the flourishing of the degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy. Please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom, and also by letting fall the great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who, by entering someone's mental continuum, change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma and cause and results, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and our auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. So now we'll recite the main prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Maybe one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll recite few mantras that Rinpoche said to protect our mind, the Vajra Ama mantra, and protect ourselves from disease. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nambashi Naganan Tayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrna Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nambashi Naganan Tayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrna Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nambashi Naganan Tayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrna Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nambashi Naganan Tayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrna Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nambashi Naganan Tayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrna Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nambashi Naganan Tayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrna Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nambashi Naganan Tayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrna Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nambashi Naganan Tayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrna Raksha Soha. Om Padmashavari Pe, Nambashi Naganan Tayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrna Raksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nambashi Naganan Tayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrna Raksha Soha. Om Padmashavari Pe, Nambashi Naganan Tayata Sarvavarita Hana Hana Vajrna Raksha Soha. Black Manju Shri Mantra. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Tusa Tusa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Om Trasa Tusa Tutasa Dunisa Nigola Chakala Jakam Shambha Pe Soha. Pamtrasadu Sadu Dasadu Nisani Golacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pesoha. Pamtrasadu Sadu Dasadu Nisani Golacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pesoha. Dedication prayer from Shantideva's Bodhisattva Charyavatara. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all those who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments. Whatever diseases there are in the world, may they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and may people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then, may I too remain to dispel the miseries of the world. Janju Sancho Rinpoche, Ma Ke Panam Ke Kuche, Ke Panam Pa Me Pai, Gong Ne Gong Du Gawa Sho. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, fire, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So we'll continue on for the next half an hour. So I'd like to refresh our motivation and just thinking about all the suffering beings, thinking about our motivation to practice, to purify the karma that is causing the illnesses. And I also want to mention the environmental problems that is causing floods, bushfires, droughts, intensifying, terrifying weather patterns that are affecting many, many beings in the world, creating more and more refugees. Not only the wars that have been ongoing, but new threats of wars looming. And then disease also is widespread. So there is no fun to be had in samsara at the moment, thinking about all these things. And I also want to mention the intense suffering people are experiencing mentally the fear and the trauma, particularly the trauma of being stuck in same habituations, creating causes for future suffering. And almost there is no way that they can do this to be free their minds from these intense reactive patterns of behaviors. They need other people to support them, to regulate them, to counsel them, to reassure them. So we need a lot of people who are stable and supportive of others who cannot. So in a very tangible way, we are praying to develop our resilience, and most of all, our bodhicitta attitude, to quickly understand wisdom realizing emptiness and consolidate bodhicitta in our hearts. That we follow our Guru's advice and engage in these prayers. So we'll take a couple of minutes, few minutes, maybe 3 minutes, to just Tonglen meditation, thinking that we are surrounded by the people we love, starting with our mothers of this life on our left, and all of the female relatives and friends on our left, and male relatives, starting with our father, even if they have passed away, still imagine them on our right, with all our other relatives and friends, male relatives on our right. Just thinking that, extending that to our acquaintances. And then even people we don't know in our towns and villages, regions, country, expanding this to other countries. All the 6 or 7 billion people on the earth. So we, with the firm resolve to benefit them all, we'll just imagine as we breathe in, we are taking all of their suffering by way of black smoke coming into our heart. And as we breathe out white light, all our happiness, everything we cherish as precious, we give away for the happiness and benefit of others. To whatever extent that we can do this. If we can only do this with our dear, most loving people, that's fine. Breathing in all of their suffering and giving away all of our happiness. And softening our self-cherishing mind that sees ourselves more important than others. minimizing our attachment and aversion. As we breathe in, we bring all of the suffering into our own hearts, just shattering our self-cherishing, the armor that we have surrounding our heart. And love pours forward from our hearts, giving away everything that we treasure, that separates us, ourselves from others. So we'll reconnect with our breath for a minute. Before we do the prayer. So again, like before, just imagining all the six realm beings surrounding us. Their suffering is just like our suffering. They all want to be happy, just like us. Therefore, we do these prayers, imagining them in human form, going for refuge to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So with that, holding our mother sentient beings around us, we will do a mantra of Arya Chenrezig or Mani Padme Hum. And same as before, just imagining nectar emanates from the heart of Chenrezig, purifying all of the sentient beings as we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So before dissolving, we'll do the prayer to all of the manifestations of Arya Chenrezig. Wrathful, victorious, Hayagriva, perfect, pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of coddling and flourishing of the degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil, karma, and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom, and also by letting fall a great nectarine of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits, who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in a war from now on to abandon all evil karma and cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses to stop all their coddling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rainfall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants, by the ultimate reality which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, by the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones. May my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. With that, we'll imagine that Thousand Armed Chenrezig dissolves into steam-like substance and falls on each and every one of our mother sentient beings, top of our crowns. And as our bodies have been completely purified, Arya Chenrezig enters our bodies through the crown of our head, bringing all the qualities of compassion and wisdom, loving kindness into ourselves. Now we are endowed with all these enlightened qualities. So we'll recite the actual prayer. Still thinking about the 6 realm beings that is reciting the prayer with us. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So with that, we will recite yet again a few of the mantras that was initially recommended by Lama Zopa. Vajra Ama mantra. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Tayata Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. Om Vajra Pe, Om Padmashavari Pe, Nampashig Naganam Sarvavirita, Hana Hana Vajrna Raksharaksha Soha. And Black Panjushri mantra for protection of our minds in these difficult times. Om Chasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nibulacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pesoha. Om Chasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nibulacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pesoha. Om Chasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nibulacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pesoha. Om Chasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nibulacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pesoha. Om Chasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nibulacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pesoha. Om Chasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nibulacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pesoha. Om Chasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nibulacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pesoha. 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 Om Chasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nibulacha Kalaja Kamshamba. Om Chasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nibulacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pesoha. Om Chasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nibulacha Kalaja Kamshamba. Om Chasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nibulacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pesoha. Om Chasa Dusa Dutasa Dunisa Nibulacha Kalaja Kamshamba Pesoha. And for a 15-foot medicine Buddha statue to be built in Sri Lanka for all the, as advised by Rinpoche, for all the obstacles to be removed and to find a suitable space for it and acceptance from the people. Hai down, vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta samgati swa. Hai down, vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta samgati swa. Hai down, vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta samgati swa. Hai down, vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta samgati. Hai down, vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta samgati swa. Hai down, vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta. Hai down, vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta samgati swa. Hai down, vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta samgati. Tie down, vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta samgati swa. Tie down, vegan say, maha vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta samgati swa. Tie down, vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta samgati swa. Tie down, vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta samgati. Tie down, vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta samgati swa. Tie down, vegan say, maha vegan say, rasta samgati swa. His Holiness's long life prayer, dedicating our prayers to the health and long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Tangri Dave Kove Shinkamje Pandan Deva Malu Juve Ne Chenrezig Tenzin Gaso Ye Sabbe Site Baju Tengu She and Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subdued moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three jewels, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please live long. Lama also, Lotus Dharma, who in accordance with the various dispositions of those to be subdued, makes clear in the light of well-spoken advice, the sacred Ganden tradition, essence of Buddha's teachings, O foremost and holy Lama, to you who are supreme, we make this prayer of supplication. The main dedications. Due to the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exception into that enlightened state. Janchu Semcho Rinpoche Ma Ke Panam Ge Gushi Ke Panyam Pa Me Pai Gong Ne Gong Du Bawa Sho Tone Jawa Rinpoche Ma Ke Panam Ge Gushi Ke Panyam Pa Me Pai Gong Ne Gong Du Bawa Sho. May the supreme realization of the two stages that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Just as the brave Manjushri and Samantabhadra too realize things as they are, I too dedicate all these merits in the best way, I may follow their perfect example. I dedicate all these roots of virtue within the dedication praised as the best by the victorious ones thus gone of the three times, so I might perform good works. I dedicate whatever virtues I have ever collected for the benefit of all teachings and of all sentient beings, and in particular for the essential teachings of perfect pure Losang Drakpa to shine forever. May we not arise heresy even for a second in the actions of the glorious Guru. May we regard whatever actions are done as pure. With this devotion, may we receive the blessings of the Guru in our hearts. In all my lives, through the victorious one, Lama Tsongkhapa, acting in person as the Mahayana Guru, may I never turn aside for even in an instant from the excellent path praised by the victorious ones. In whatever way you appear, glorious Guru, with whatever retinue, lifespan, and pure land, whatever noble and holy name you take, may I and others attain only this. Every supreme and mundane attainment follows solely upon pure devotion to you, my Savior. Seeing this, I give up my body and even my life. Please bless me to practice only what will please you. May the glorious Guru's lives be long and stable. May all beings equaling the extent of space have happiness. May I and others without exception accumulate merit and purify negativities. And may we be blessed to quickly attain Buddhahood. Only by the kindness of my Gurus have I met the unequaled teachings of Buddha. I dedicate all these merits so that all migratory beings without exception may be guided in all the future by kind and glorious Guru. We'll seal it. The three sphere of emptiness, due to all the merits of the three times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, fire, water, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So we'll take a moment to rejoice in the prayers, and we can have a minute. We can do multiplying prayers. Tamdende, Deshinje Pada, Jompayam, Dapasope Sange, Nampanang se oke Gyalpo Shadzalo, Janju Sempa Sempa Jempo, Kunsu Sampola Jadzalo, Tata on Panchakriya Buddhanisoa, Umturujam Mukesoa, Tata on Panchakriya Buddhanisoa, Umturujam Mukesoa, Tata on Panchakriya Buddhanisoa, Umturujam Mukesoa, Tata on Panchakriya Buddhanisoa, Umturujam Panchakriya Buddhanisoa, Umturujam Mukesoa, Tata on Panchakriya Buddhanisoa, Umturujam Mukesoa, Tata on Panchakriya Buddhanisoa, Umturujam Mukesoa, Tata on Panchakriya Buddhanisoa, Umturujam Chandende, Deshinje Padra, Chumpayan, Dapasope Sange, Mangila, Baiduria, Oke Gyalpo Shadsalo, Chandende, Deshinje Padra, Chumpayan, Dapasope Sange, Nova, Dangmangam, Tamchurab, Rupe, Gyalpo Shadsalo. Due to the power of the blessings of the eminent Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, the power of infallible defendant arising, and the power of my pure spiritual attitude, may all my pure prayers succeed immediately. So I'd like to hand over to Venerable Tender.
Yeah, good morning, afternoon, evening. How are you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, I'm really well.
Yes.
Pretty good. And you?
Good. Yes. Yeah, in general, very well here. And I'm still in Nalanda. So, yeah. So, yeah, no COVID. Yeah, there's a few people who were positive, but they are now in the meantime also negative. So that's continuous item.
Cool.
Yeah, but
yeah.
So
Australia is really bad, but we are also still good at our Tisha.
Yeah. The Australia could long time, I think, kept to keep the virus out, and but anyway, even in West Europe, the number is crazy. The number of people who are positive, but anyway, not a crazy hospitalizations, and also the number of people who really die from it these days is not that very high. But it's still necessary doing our prayers.
Absolutely.
There's still problems.
Not all
Do you have plans going back to Sri Lanka?
Thank you. Well, thanks.
Do you have?
Look, I was talking to Venerable Roger. Sorry. Not immediate plans, but a couple of plans too. I mean, I'm still doing lots of things that on Zoom, but they're planning hundreds medicine Buddha puja in a big temple. So that's a huge thing.
How many? How many?
100 people.
100 people, Buddha medicine.
So that's quite massive for us. People didn't know who medicine Buddha is or anything. And for a temple to agree, like a big high-profile temple to say, yes, we'll do it, it's quite something.
Wow. And wow. So you are arranging this.
A lot of details to it. Yeah, I'm sort of from behind the scenes, connecting people and building a group and getting together and building the relationships and, with the monks.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
In a way, it's actually good to be in Australia because they respect that you are in Australia. Something, it matters. You're part of an organization and you're not a single nun just somewhere in Kandy. So there's a lot of advantages as well for being there. Because of the Great Stupa, they all know about Great Stupa in Australia.
Yes. Very good to hear. So thank you so much for participating and doing all these prayers for all sentient beings.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome everyone to this prayerathon, which we do at the request and the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So yeah, the situation with the COVID, still that there's lots of people attract the virus, still also in West Europe, but also one friend of mine in Nepal, for example, had very serious, was already sick for 1 week, and also his daughter. And yeah, so all over the world, the virus is still prevalent, especially also in countries we don't hear so much about, like Arabia or South America, South Africa, and so on. So yeah, we do this prayerathon on behalf of all sentient beings, that we try to create merit and positive imprints, purification of the negative karma ripening. And still there's of course people in hospital, they have very serious COVID, and there's people who have died also the past weeks. And there's a lot of people hit by the economic situation, the trade, there's no trade, or there are no tourists. People find it difficult to meet ends. And then it has a lot of social consequences. People lose their father, mother, loved ones, or are isolated, feel that they are so afraid to attract the virus that they cannot meet other people. Especially also a lot for young people in general, it's very important to connect, meet their friends, their peers. When you're 18, 19, 20, 21, it's not so easy to deal with this virus. So you can visualize all sentient beings around us. And, in general, the males on our right side, the females on our left side. In front of us, those we have difficulties with, we have sometimes conflict with, or we can easily see them as cause of our suffering, people who are unfair or accused of us of all kinds of things. Anyway, we can see them also as friends, but anyways, most of the time we experience them as enemies or former dictators, very bad, egoistic presidents, or people in administration who create obstacles for others, who only think of their own welfare. They are in front of us, and behind us are those who support us in this life, those who love us, those who help us in our goals, to realize the goals, daily life goals. They are behind us. So all sentient beings are around us, also animals in the form of humans. So it's endless, it's incredible. From all 10 directions, so from other world systems. And also sentient beings from the Bardo and heaven realms, hell realms, spirit realms. They are all around us in human form. So it's beyond imagination. And then in front of us is the Guru Buddha. So actually it's our own Guru. If you have no Guru, you can safely take His Holiness the Dalai Lama as a Guru, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Kandrila, one of the other teachers you have, in the form of Chenrezig. So there's different Chenrezigs, 4-armed, 1,000 arms, so you can choose. Chenrezig has a very friendly face and eyes encompassing all, so means he can see all sentient beings at the same time. Of acceptant of the situation where they are, without anger, when one of our dear ones messes up his or her life, we can become sometimes a bit upset. Buddha can see all causes and conditions, why things are as they are, and that they are movable. So, yeah, and all these sentient beings, this imaginable sea of sentient beings, is the whole clouds full of sentient beings. They have all been our mothers and fathers. That's incredible. We have lived since countless times. Our mind existed since countless times. So we had all kinds of forms, shapes. Our bodies took all kinds of forms and shapes, or we did not have always a body. But according to Buddhist teachings, everyone has been in the past of father, mother. So it's actually beyond conception. And as mothers, in general, they took care for us. Even in this life, we have a human body thanks to our father, mother, this life. But even then, we had the karma, which was also dependent on others to even have the karma to be a human being in this life. So that depended on causes and conditions. And even to create good karma, we need other sentient beings. In order to develop generosity, we need others who can give what they need. Also developing patience, we need others. We need kind of people who show us in the face that we still have difficulties to keep our patience, not becoming upset. That are not the ones who are very, in general, very smooth, pleasing to your ears, and so forth. No, they have some type of behavior which we cannot digest yet with a peaceful mind. So the Buddha is in front of us. You can also visualize the top of your head, or if you have an initiation, you can even visualize yourself at Chenrezig. And with all these sentient beings around us, the first thing we do is taking refuge. So there's below on the screen is the prayer liberating Sakya from disease, and it starts with taking refuge and setting our mind in the bodhicitta mind. So below on the screen, you can find the text. It's a very short text. Vajjaspittamasi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as Liberating Sakya from Disease. It's a very powerful prayer which has worked in the past. That's one of the reasons why Lama Zopa Rinpoche has a lot of trust in that we do this prayer and contribute really to the welfare of other sentient beings. The motivation. Also the beings, my mothers, were infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, were infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Idams, and the Kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So after we have taken refuge, which is very safe because the Buddha and the real Sangha, they are out of samsara, so have no egoism, no single motivation to cheat us, and actually their only motivation to be in touch with our samsaric lives is to benefit us. The biggest benefit is that they gave teaching so that we can get more wise and develop our love and compassion and our qualities, good qualities. So that's actually one of the most kind deeds. So once we are out of samsara, we are not depending on others anymore. So they like us to see grow up in ethics, in concentration, in mindfulness, in wisdom. We really see things how they are without unnecessary projections of fear, extra like strong attachments and aversions and so forth. So one of the most kind activities of the Buddha was give teachings and teaching the Four Noble Truths, 6 perfections, and whole path to enlightenment, which we can study, reflect on, and meditate on. And we take also refuge in the Dharma, the text, to improve our mind, but at the end it's our own quality, so it's our own potential. It's sides of us which are actually already there, but many times covered, like the blue sky is covered by clouds. So, then we go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and the kiddies. So those who have promised Buddha that they will help them in their goals, they might not be enlightened completely themselves, but completely dedicate their lives to the welfare of other sentient beings, all our dear mothers on this planet and all the 10 direction planets. So it's so wonderful. We are not alone in our striving to make other people happy, lead them to enlightenment, even though we might take it upon ourselves to be responsible for the happiness of everyone we meet, everyone we are in touch with, everyone we have a karmic connection with. So we might feel this responsibility. Everyone, whoever hears our voice, sees somebody, interacts with us, maybe be responsible for their enlightenment, their eternal happiness, not only temporary happiness. We start with on our level to see what we can do within our limits. Then we go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dhammakaya. So this is the Buddha potential we already have, the pure Dhammakaya. Then we do some mantras. We do a few together. Then we do ourselves the mantra with visualization that from the heart of the Buddha. There's this mantra Mani Padme Hum on a moon disk, and lights shine out to all these sentient beings who are around us. We're in the middle of all the 10 direction sentient beings, and they all receive the vibes, the light, the nectar of Chenrezig. You can visualize it's very strong while we do the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, which has hundreds of meanings. There's one book about Chenrezig particularly, and then gives many, many meanings of Om Mani Padme Hum. So one meaning I got one time explained from one teacher is that we can, these 6 syllables, we can visualize the 6 realms of beings. Om, the hell beings, then Ma, all the spirits, Me, all the animals, Pe, all the humans, Me, all the demigods, and Hum, all the higher gods. They are also in samsara. They might party at this moment, but they might fall back to lower realms, especially if they finish all the good karma, back to the hell realms even. So that is not what we want. And we want also to help those sentient beings who are seemingly so happy and consuming all their positive karma, all their money, all their resources. And it seems they are not suffering, but things are impermanent. They are all in our prayers, in our visualization, that they receive whatever they are looking for. If they look for Dharma teachings and more wisdom, that they receive that. If they look for food, they receive that. If they look for protection, that they receive that. If they look for medicine, that they receive that. So we can visualize it, the mantras turning clockwise in the heart of the Buddha, sending out these rays of light, vibes, nectar, touches all sentient beings, and then they get what they are wishing for. We'll do a few mantras together. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme. We can continue for ourselves, and in the meantime, I also play on the background Lama Zopa Rinpoche. So I will turn prayer wheels. It's very good if you have a prayer wheel. You can use that as well, because it's filled with many mantras. can continue, but it's important that we keep visualizing also the beings around us. We want them to be free from any suffering, emotionally, socially, economically, health-wise, that they have a body, that they find what they're looking for. So it's not only for our own peace, which will also come from it. It is not a goal. It's a side effect. We can stay focused on being the Buddha, or if we have no initiation in front of us or on top of us, the Buddha sends out all this light, and it has a very good effect on ourselves. But our main goal is we want other people to be happy. So gonna continue the Fajr speech of Master Thangtong Gyalpo with some dedication prayers, actual prayer. If you tuned in, and just now, then you can find the text below the screen on YouTube. The actual prayer. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. And whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the most sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Do it 2 times more. Chanting. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, and not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers prayers be fulfilled. We do one time more. May all the diseases that set in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Graham spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbance of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance of power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we do a few more dedication prayers. Let's see, prayers and yeah, if you Google the 8 prayers at the time of death, because that starts with the King of Prayers. So I think I Googled just the 8 prayers, and then I got a text from FPMT, the 8 prayers. Start with the King of Prayers. Maybe you have you can also just look for the King of Prayers, but after the King of Prayers, I would like to do a few more dedications, especially for those who passed away, not only from COVID, but especially for COVID, but also other people we know who have passed away, might be in the bardo looking for a new rebirth. It's a very essential time for them. So we do this King of Prayers, not to collect a lot of merit. It's also for people who are sick. It's very, very strong prayers. That's one of the most beautiful prayers which I found so far. King of Prayers, the extraordinary aspiration of the practice of Samatavadra, Zangchen, and Dam. I bow down to the youthful Arya Manjushri, the alliance among humans, gone to freedom in the present, past, and future, in the worlds of 10 directions. To all of you with body, speech, and sincere mind, I bow down. The energy of aspiration for the Bodhisattva way, with a sense of deep respect, and with as many bodies as atoms in the world, to all you Buddhas visualized as real, I bow down. On every atom are Buddhas, numberless its atoms, each amidst a host of Bodhisattvas, and I'm confident the sphere of all phenomena is entirely filled with Buddhas in this way. With infinite oceans of praise for you and oceans of sound from the aspect of my voice, I sing the breathtaking excellence of Buddhas and celebrate all of you gone to bliss. Beautiful flowers, regal garlands, sweet music, scented oils, and parasols, sparkling lights, and sublime incense, I offer to you victorious ones. Fine dress, fragrant perfume, sandalwood powder heaped high as Mount Meru, all wondrous offerings in spectacular array I offer to you victorious ones. With transcendent offerings, peerless of hearts, with profound admiration for all the Buddhas, with strength of conviction in the Bodhisattva way, I offer and bow down to all victorious ones. Every harmful action I've done with my body, speech, and mind, overwhelmed by attachment, anger, and confusion, all these I openly bear before you. I lift up my heart and rejoice in all positive potential of the Buddhas, the Bodhisattvas, and 10 directions, the solitary realizers, here still training, and those beyond, and of all ordinary beings. You who are in the bright lights of worlds in 10 directions, who have attained the Buddha's omniscience through the stages of awakening, all you who are my guides, please turn the supreme wheel of Dharma. With palms together, I earnestly request you may actualize Paranirvana. Please stay with us for eons, numberless as atoms of the world, for the happiness and well-being of all wanderers in samsara. Whatever slight positive potential I may have created by paying homage, offering and acknowledging my faults, rejoicing and requesting that the Buddhas stay and teach, I now dedicate all this for full awakening. May you Buddhas now living in the worlds of 10 directions, and all you gone to freedom in the past, accept my offerings. May those not yet arisen quickly perfect their minds, awakening as fully enlightened ones. May all worlds in 10 directions be entirely pure fast. May they be filled with bodhisattvas, surrounding Buddhas gathered beneath the body tree. May as many beings as exist in 10 directions be always well and happy. May all samsaric beings live in accord with the Dharma, and may their every Dharma wish be fulfilled. Remembering my past lives in all varieties of existence, may I practice the Bodhisattva way, and thus in each cycle of death, migration, and birth, may I always abandon the householder's life. Then, following in the footsteps of all the Buddhas and perfecting the practice of the Bodhisattva, may I always act without error or compromise, with ethical discipline, faultless and pure. May I teach the Dharma in the language of gods, in every language of spirits and Allahs, of humans and of demons, and in the voice of every form of being. May I be gentle-minded, cultivating the 6 paramitas, and never forget bodhicitta. May I completely cleanse, without omission, every negativity and all that obscures this awakening mind. May I traverse all my lives in the world, free of karma, afflictions, and interfering forces, just as the lotus blossom is undisturbed by the water's wave, just as the sun and moon move unhindered through the sky. May I ease the suffering in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be a worldly benefit to them as well. May I practice constantly for eons to come, perfecting the activities of awakening, acting in harmony with the various dispositions of beings, showing the ways of the Bodhisattva. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind. May we practice together the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor and ever displease an excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. May I always directly see the Buddhas, masters encircled by Bodhisattvas, and without pause or discouragement for eons to come, may I make extensive offerings to them. May I hold within me the Buddha's genuine Dharma, illuminate everywhere the teachings that awaken, embody the realizations of a Bodhisattva, and practice ardently at all future eons. While circling through all states of existence, may become an endless treasure of good qualities, skillful means, wisdom, samadhi, and liberating civilizations, gathering limitless, pristine wisdom and positive potential. One atom, I shall see Buddha fields, numberless as atoms, inconceivable Buddhas among bodhisattvas in every field, practicing the activities of awakening. Receiving this in all directions, I dive into an ocean of Buddha fields, each an ocean of 3 times Buddhas in the space of a wisp of hair, so I too will practice for an ocean of eons. Thus, I'm continually immersed in the speech of the Buddhas, expression that reveals an ocean of qualities in one word. The completely pure eloquence of all the Buddhas, communication suited to the friar tendencies of beings. With strength of understanding, I plunge into the infinite enlightened speech of the Dharma, of all Buddhas in 3 times gone to freedom, who continually turn the wheel of Dharma methods. I shall experience in one moment such vast activity of all future eons, and I will enter into all eons under 3 times in about a fraction of a second. In one instant, I shall see all those awakened beings, past, present, future lives among humans, and with the power of the illusion-like stabilization, I will constantly engage in their inconceivable activity. I shall manifest upon one single atom the array of pure lands, present, past, and future. Likewise, I shall enter the array of pure Buddha fields in every direction without exception. I shall enter the very presence of all my guides, those lights of this world who are yet to appear, those sequentially turning the wheels of complete awakening, and those who reveal nirvana, final perfect peace. I achieve the power of swift magical emanation, the power to lead to the great vehicle through every approach, the power of always beneficial activity, the power of love pervading all realms, the power of all surpassing positive potential, the power of supreme knowledge unobstructed by discrimination. And through the powers of wisdom, skillful means, and samadhi, may I achieve the perfect power of awakening, purify the power of all contaminated actions, crushing the power of disturbing emotions at their root, diffusing the power of interfering forces. I shall perfect the power of the Bodhisattva practice. May I purify an ocean of worlds, may I free an ocean of beings, may I clearly see an ocean of Dharma, may I realize an ocean of pristine wisdom, may I purify an ocean of activities, may I fulfill an ocean of aspirations, may I make offerings to an ocean of Buddhas, may I practice without discouragement for an ocean of eons. To awaken fully through this bodhisattva way, I shall fulfill without exception all the diverse aspirations of the awakening practice of all Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times everywhere, in order to practice exactly as the wise one called Samantabhadra, all embracing good, the elder brother of the sons and daughters of the Buddhas. I completely dedicate all this goodness. Likewise, may I dedicate, just as the skillful Samantabhadra, with pure body, speech, and mind, pure actions of pure Buddha fields, I shall give rise to the aspirations of Manjushri for this bodhisattva practice of all embracing good, to perfect these practices without discouragement to pause in all future eons. May my pure activities be endless, my good qualities boundless, as through abiding in immeasurable activity and actualize infinite emanations. Limitless is the end of space, likewise, limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspiration to reach be limitless as well. One may offer to the Buddhas all wealth and adornments of infinite worlds in 10 directions. One may offer during eons numberless as atoms of the world, even the greatest happiness of gods and humans. But whoever hears this extraordinary aspiration and longing for highest awakening gives rise to faith just once, creates far more precious positive potential. Those who make this heartfelt aspiration for the Bodhisattva way will be free of all over rebirth, free of harmful companions, will quickly see Amitabha infinite light. And even in this very human life, they will be nourished by happiness in all conducive circumstances. Without waiting long, they will become like Samantabhadra himself. Those who give voice to this extraordinary aspiration will quickly and completely purify the 5 boundless harmful actions created under the power of ignorance, blessed with supreme knowledge, action, body, family, attributes, and appearance. They will be invincible to fast interfering forces and misleading teachers, and all the 3 worlds will make offerings. Going quickly to the noble body tree and sitting there to benefit sentient beings, subduing all the interfering forces, they will fully awaken and return great wheel Dharma. Have no doubt that complete awakening is a fully ripened result, comprehended only by a Buddha, of holding a mind by teaching, reading, or reciting this aspiration of the Bodhisattva practice. In order to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality as it is, and just like Samantabhadra as well, I completely dedicate all this goodness just as they did. With that dedication, which is praised as greatest, by all the Buddhas gone to freedom in the 3 times, I too dedicate all my roots of goodness for the attainment of the Bodhisattva practice. When the moment of my death arrives, by eliminating all obscurations and directly perceiving Amitabha, I will go immediately to Sukhavati, pure land of great joy. Having gone to Sukhavati, I actualize the meaning of these aspirations, fulfilling them all without exception for the benefit of beings for as long as this world endures. Born from an extremely beautiful superlative lotus in this joyful land, the Buddha's magnificent mandala, may I receive a prediction of my awakening directly from the Buddha Amitabha. Having received a prediction there, may I create fast benefit for beings throughout the 10 directions with the billion emanations by the power of wisdom. Through even the small virtue I've accumulated by offering this prayer of the Bodhisattva practice, may all the positive aspirations of beings be fulfilled in an instant. Through creating limitless positive potential by dedicating this prayer of Samantabhadra's deeds, may all beings drowning in the torrent of suffering enter the presence of Amitabha. Through this king of aspirations, which is the greatest of the sublime, helping infinite wanderers in samsara, through the accomplishment of this scripture, dazzling with Samantabhadra's practice, may suffering realms be utterly emptied of all beings. And next is the prayer to Maitreya. So Lama Zopa Rinpoche has a different Maitreya project on this planet. So he wants to realize a lot of statues in order for us to have more connection with Maitreya, the next Buddha. In case we don't, and many sentient beings might not realize all their capacity in this time when the Buddha Shakyamuni's teachings are present. And if there are some statues in this world which attract so much attention that millions and millions and millions can make connection with Maitreya, that's one of the goals of such these statues. And Maitreya is the symbol of loving kindness. So as we did an Avalokiteshvara practice, which is the Buddha of compassion. So the only goal is to reduce harm and pain and suffering of other sentient beings. Maitreya love means, to may all sentient beings be happy, may we contribute to happiness of others, and even to bliss, state of bliss. So a daily prayer to Maitreya. To the awakened ones, I prostrate, and to the yogis with the power of divine eye, as well as to all the bodhisattvas, hearers, and so forth. So we can visualize all sentient beings again around us, so that we do make this prayer on behalf of all sentient beings. Bodhicitta bars the way to unfortunate destinies. It is the great teaching that leads to the higher realms and even to the state beyond old age and death. To the mind of enlightenment bodhicitta I prostrate, controlled by negative habits. In the sight of the Buddha, I have often given harm to others. I shall confess those actions. Yet, from the beneficial actions of my body, speech, and mind, I pray that the merit generated the seeds of omniscience may never be exhausted. May I further accomplish this accumulation of merit by performance of the three actions of body, speech, and mind. I offer all that I have to the Buddhas in their pure lands, all the 10 directions. In the wisdom of all the Buddhas and in my own virtues, I rejoice. In short, I confess all harmful actions. I make prostration to all the Buddhas. I rejoice in all acts of virtue, and I myself wish to obtain supreme wisdom. Bodhisattvas of the 10th level in all the 10 directions need no reminder to work for enlightenment. Obtaining Buddhahood, supreme enlightenment, joining those who have subdued the demon of self-cherishing, he, Maitreya, will turn the wheel, Dharma wheel, in order to benefit all sentient beings. I pray that sentient beings, without exception, may be liberated by the sound of the great Dharma drum. Please stay to teach the path to enlightenment for inconceivable millions of eons. I, who am struck hard in the mud of the desire realm, tightly bound by the rope of samsara, please watch over me, supreme beings, who stand on the 2 feet of method and wisdom. The love of the Buddha is not obscured. In the same way, the love between sentient beings, the goal of his loving kindness, compassion, is to lead them across the ocean of samsara. I will follow with care the path of the Buddhas, of the past, present, and future. It is enlightenment that I will practice. When I have accomplished the 6 perfections, may be able to liberate all beings in the 6 migratory realms. May I manifest the 6 supramundane cognitions. May I touch great enlightenment. Not born and not coming, self-nature, non-existent, abiding non-existent, awareness of appearance non-existent, the non-true existence of things themselves. I wish to realize the emptiness of phenomena. Buddha is like a great Lord, yet sentient beings do not exist, life does not exist. No being at all is there that exists, even healing does not exist. I wish to understand the phenomena of the non-self-existent ego. Since ego's grasping of all phenomena is non-existent, I wish to develop charity without limit in order to benefit all sentient beings. Phenomena do not exist. May the lack of material resources not hinder me. All things are impermanent. Therefore, I wish to accomplish the perfection of charity. May I never transgress the discipline of morality and free myself from pride. Since by having pride in the appearance of morality and purity, one is without morality, I wish to accomplish the perfection of morality. Patience must be as steady as earth or water, not changeable like the wind. Knowing that both patience and anger do not exist, I wish to accomplish the perfection of patience. It is by effort that I must practice the perfection of effort, without enjoying laziness. By the power of mind and body, I wish to accomplish the perfection of effort. Like the concentration called magic, the concentration of going heroically, the concentration like a thunderbolt. May I accomplish the perfection of concentration. May I gain the great wisdom that has realized the practices of all 3 vehicles, the 3 doors to liberation, and the 3 exact concentrations. Praised be all the Buddhas, blazing with light and brilliance. Through the joyous effort of the Bodhisattvas, may I fulfill the wishes of myself and others. Thus, there was one who followed a complete practice like this. He was named Maitreya. Accomplishing well the 6 perfections, he quickly reached the 10th level. The mantra of Maitreya Buddha's promise. Namo Ratnatrayaya, Namo Bhagavate Shakyamunaye, Tathagataya, Arahate Samyaksa Buddhayam, Tayata Om Ajite Ajite, Aparajite Ajitanjaya, Hara Hara Metri, Avalokite Kara Kara Mahasamaya, Siddhi Bara Bara, Mahabodhi Mandavija Smara Smara Makam, Samaya Bodhi Bodhi Mahabodhi Soham. Om Moy Moy Maha Moy Soham, Om Ishvara Soham. Namo Ratnatrayaya, Namo Bhagavate Shakyamunaya, Tathagataya, Arahate Samyaksa Buddhaya, Tayata Om Ajite Ajite, Aparajite Ajitanjaya, Hara Hara Metri, Avalakite Kara Kara Mahasamaya, Siddhi Bara Bara, Mahabodhi Mandavija Smara Smara Makam, Samaya Bodhi Bodhi Mahabodhi Soham. Om Moy Moy Maha Moy Soham. Om Muni Muni Shmara Soham. One time more. Namo Ratnatrayaya, Namo Bhagavate Shakyamunaya, Tathagatayam, Arahate Samyaksa Buddhayam, Tayata Om Ajite Ajite, Aparajite Ajitanjaya, Hara Hara Metri, Avalokite Kara Kara Mahasamaya, Siddhi Bara Bara, Mahabodhi Mandavija Smara Smara Makam, Samaya Bodhi Bodhi Mahabodhi Soham. Om Moy Moy Maha Moy Soham. Om Muni Munishvara Soham. When my death comes to me in this place, may I pass with ease to the pure land of Gamlan. May I quickly please the Bodhisattva Maitreya and learn from him the time and place of my awakening. Then the next prayer in these 8 prayers is the dedication chapter of the Bodhisattva Charyavatara, the greatest text from Shantideva. By whatever virtue there is due to my having composed, engaged in the deeds of the Bodhisattva, may all transmigratory beings engage in the deeds of the Bodhisattva. However many sick people there are suffering in body and mind in all directions due to my merit, may they obtain an ocean of happiness and joy. For as long as they remain in cyclic existence, may their happiness never decline. May transmigratory beings obtain an uninterrupted flow of unsurpassable happiness. However many hell beings there are throughout the realms of the world, may those embodied beings be delighted by the happiness of Sukhavati. May those wretched due to cold obtain warmth. May those wretched due to heat be cooled by the infinite rivers arising from the great clouds of the Bodhisattvas. May the forest of sword-like leaves also become a pleasant grove. May the Salmali trees too grow into wish-fulfilling trees. May they be beautified by the melodious calls of wild duck, geese, and swans. May the regions of hell become charming due to pools of large and sweetly fragrant lotuses. May the heaps of coals also become piles of jewels. May the burning iron ground be refilled as crystal floors. May the mountains of mass destruction hell become celestial mansions of offerings filled with sugatas. May the rain of glowing cinders, burning rocks, and weapons from now on become a rain of flowers. May the striking of each other with weapons from now on be a playful tossing of flowers. May those drowning in the fire like a river without ford, their flesh entirely disintegrated, and their bones of color of kunda flowers attain bodies of gods by the force of my virtue, and then dwell with goddesses in gently flowing streams. Wondering, why are the henchmen of Yama and the terrible ravens and vultures afraid? Whose strength is this fine strength that utterly dispels darkness and generates happiness and joy? Upon looking upward, they behold Vajrapani abiding, blazing in the midst of space. By the force of their strong joy, may they be freed from negativities and be in his company. Having seen the fire of the hell splattered and extinguished by the falling rain of flowers mixed with scented water, immediately satiated with bliss and wondering what had caused this, may the hell beings behold Vajrapani. Friends, discarding fear, come from the distance. Why flee when directly in front of us is the one by whose strength we are freed from suffering and the force of joy emerges? The one who thoroughly protects all transmigrated beings and has generated bodhicitta and mercy, the youthful one with a blazing topknot who removes all fears. Behold him in an attractive mansion, resounding with the melodious eulogies of thousands of goddesses, with hundreds of gods paying homage at his lotus feet with their crowns, and his eyes moist with compassion. A rain of clusters of many flowers falling from his head. Upon seeing Manyuga shed his way, may the hell beings exclaim, thus by my roots of virtue, having seen the comfortable, cool, and fragrant rain falling from the unobscured clouds of bodhisattvas such as Samantabhadra, may the sentient beings of hell become joyful. May the animals be freed from the fear of being eaten by one another. May the hungry ghost be as happy as the human beings of unpleasant sound. May the hungry ghost be satiated by the flow of milk descending from the hand of Arya Lord Avalokiteshvara, and by washing it, may they always be refreshed. May the blind see and the deaf always hear sounds, just as it was for Maya Devi. May pregnant women give birth without being harmed. May the naked obtain clothing, the hungry obtain food, and the thirsty obtain water and delicious drinks. May the destitute obtain wealth, and the wretched with sorrow find joy. May the depressed be comforted and attain perfect steadfastness. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from their illnesses. May all the diseases, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. May the frightened be fearless, and may those bound be released. May the weak be strong, and may their minds be mutually friendly. May all travelers be happy in every direction, whatsoever. May their aims for which they travel be effortlessly accomplished. May those who sail in boats and ships fulfill their wishes. Having happily returned to shore, may they be joyfully united with their relatives. May anguished wanderers who have gone astray in deserts meet with other travelers, and without fear of robbers, thieves, tigers, and others, may they proceed easily without fatigue. May the unprotected children and elderly, lost in and anxious and desolate places and the like, those intoxicated with sleep and the insane, be watched over by the gods. May beings be liberated from the non-leisures and be endowed with faith, wisdom, and mercy, and through food and conduct become perfect. May they always recollect their lives. May everyone, just like space treasury, have uninterrupted resources without conflict and without harm. May they enjoy themselves in freedom. May the sentient beings with little splendor become greatly magnificent. May the poor forms of ascetics become fine and perfect forms. However many women there are in the world, may they all become men. May the lowly attain high status, and may the proud be subdued. Due to this merit of mine, may all sentient beings without exception abandon all negativities and always create virtue. May they never be parted from the mind of enlightenment, exert themselves in the bodhisattva conduct, be cared for by the Buddhas, and abandon the actions of the Maras. May all these sentient beings have immeasurably long lives. May they always live in happiness and not even know the term death. May gardens of wish-fulfilling trees be full in all directions with Buddhas and the Buddha's children, filled with the hearing and the proclaiming of the Dharma. May the ground everywhere be pure, without pebbles and so forth, as even as the palm of the hand, the nature of Vajuriya and soft. May all the circles of retinues that exist, may many bodhisattvas abide, adorning the surface of the earth with their excellence. May all embodied beings continually hear the sound of the Dharma coming from the birds and the trees, from every ray of light as well as from the sky. May they always meet Buddhas and the Buddha's children. May they present offerings to the gurus of transmigratory beings with infinite clouds of offerings. May the gods also send down timely rain, and may crops be plentiful. May kings act in accordance with the Dharma. May worldly beings also prosper. May medicines be potent, and the recitation of secret mantras be effective. May Dakinis, Rakshasas, and so forth be endowed with minds of compassion. May sentient beings never suffer, commit negativities, or become ill. May they not be afraid or despised, and may they never have unhappy minds. May the monasteries flourish and excellently remain due to reading and recitation. May the Sangha always be concordant, and may the aims of the Sangha also be accomplished. May monks who wish to train also find solitude. May, having abandoned all distractions, may they meditate with serviceable minds. May nuns have material things and abandon quarreling and afflicting harm. Likewise, may all the ordained not degenerate their morality. Through being disenchanted by corrupt morality, may negativities forever be exhausted. Also, having attained good migrations, may disciplined conduct not decline even there. May the wise be honored, and may they also receive alms. May their continual be completely pure, and may they be renowned in all directions. May beings not experience the suffering of the bad migrations, and also not undergo any austerities. With bodies superior to those of gods, may they quickly achieve Buddhahood. May all sentient beings many times make offerings to all the Buddhas. Due to the infinite bliss of the Buddhas, may they always be endowed with happiness. May the Bodhisattvas accomplish the welfare of transmigratory beings as intended. May sentient beings also acquire whatever the protectors intended. Likewise, may solitary realizers as well as hearers be happy. May I too, until I attain the very joyous ground, by the kindness of Manjugasha, always recollect my former lives and always receive ordination. May I be robust, even though the food may be simple and live. In all my lives, may I find ideal, isolated places. Whenever I desire to look, or even if I wish to ask the slightest question, may I behold without any hindrance the protector Manjugasha himself. In order to accomplish the welfare of all sentient beings who extend to the ends of space in the 10 directions, may my deeds also be just like the deeds of Manjugasha. For as long as space endures, and for as long as sentient beings remain, for that long may I abide and eliminate the sufferings of transmigratory beings. May the sufferings of transmigratory beings, no matter how many there are, all ripen upon me due to the Bodhisattva Sangha. May transmigratory beings enjoy happiness. May the soul medicine for the sufferings of transmigratory beings, the source of our happiness, the teachings, together with gain and honor, remained for a very long time. I prostrate to Manjugasha, by whose kindness virtuous minds arise. I prostrate also to my virtuous friends, by whose kindness I develop. So finally, some dedication prayers there's also a link down the bottom. Extensive dedication prayers. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Lama Zopa Rinpoche often elaborates on this prayer as follows. Due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may Bodhicitta be generated to the hearts of all the sentient beings of the 6 realms, and especially in the hearts of everybody in this world, including all the students, benefactors, and volunteers of the FPMT organization. May it be generated in the hearts of all those who rely upon me, all those for whom I have promised to pray, and all those whose names have been given to me. May it be generated in my heart and in the hearts of all my family members, those who are living and those who have died. May the bodhicitta that has arisen been generated, increased. And to realize emptiness, may the precious few of emptiness not yet born and arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence. A cause and effect independent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of negative of thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. To realize the 2 stages of Tantra. May the precious realization of the 2 stages not yet born arise, and may that arise not decline, but increase more and more. And for the long life of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, one time English, one time Tibetan, incomparably kind of Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. May you have a long life, and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Chitan kam dyupa o kan ne chungben sam yin chi kadrin chung betan si gyas chung ku zhe dan jing tu zhe savor of the land of snow's teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path and unifies emptiness and compassion. To the Lotus Hall at Thangtong Gyalpo, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you uphold this Viduras moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, spreading one unit's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones. Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And for Lama Tsukapa, to be always our spiritual guide in all our lifetimes. May the force of the victorious one Tsukapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. And to round up short, so we dedicate whatever virtuous activity we did the past sessions to the welfare of all sentient beings, all realms, in all 10 directions, and especially for those who are hit by the COVID. In whatever country they live here on this planet, whatever hospital they are, to all those who have passed away, may they find good rebirth, the Pure Land, or a good human rebirth. Everyone who is sick, everyone who is hit economically, socially, emotionally, splendid by the COVID, may they find what they are looking for by the power of Guru Chenrezig. Thank you so much for being with us in the prayerathon. So,
good morning, wherever you tender.
Good morning.
Hi.
Wow.
How are you?
Good. You have a big fan club. I see here so many Italian names. So,
how are you?
Buongiorno, everyone.
Buongiorno a te, venerabile tender. Buongiorno a te dall'Italia.
Yes, wow. So nice to see so many people on the prayerathon. How are you? Where are you now?
Yes, now I start in my set for retreat. I finish my retreat in October, end to October. And then after tomorrow, I back in Pumaya.
So
after my retreat, okay, for 1 year.
Yeah, wow. So
fantastic. Yes.
Anyway, I hope to visit Institute Lama Zopa later this year. So maybe during the Vinaya course somewhere in April or in May. Yeah. Okay. I will not do the whole thing, but I will come there. I miss Institute Lama Zopa. It's one of the most beautiful places in Europe by far. Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. See you.
Yes. Okay. Have a good session.
Everybody. Good one. Bye.
Bye, Angela.
Buongiorno.
Ciao, everyone.
Buongiorno a tutti, eccoci in questo nostro spazio sacro dedicato alla preghiera, alla meditazione e poi alla dedica. Come sappiamo, abbiamo veramente una condizione molto favorevole, vantaggiosa, viene chiamata preziosa rinascita umana. E in questo samsara il nostro corpo subisce le violenze della malattia, dell'invecchiamento, questa sofferenza che ci arriva Ed è per questo motivo che noi abbiamo deciso di fare queste preghiere ogni sabato, e quindi noi abbiamo veramente una condizione preziosa per pregare, meditare, dedicare, affinché questo sia di beneficio a tutti gli esseri senzienti. Non dimentichiamo che il nostro desiderio è quello appunto di raggiungere l'illuminazione. Come vedete, la mia stanza sta in via di sgombero e mi sposterò presto a Pomaia, e quindi lascerò il mio luogo di ritiro, e quindi le cose cambiano continuamente. Allora adesso andiamo a generare la nostra buona motivazione. Sappiamo che la motivazione è ciò che rende veramente preziosa la nostra pratica. Perciò cominciamo proprio con la parola vacia del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, la preghiera benedetta conosciuta come la preghiera che libera Sakya dalle malattie. Bene, e quindi adesso andiamo a fare la nostra preghiera di dedica e di motivazione, perché noi abbiamo il desiderio che tutti gli esseri siano felici, e tutti gli esseri siano noi compresi. Andiamo a leggere quindi la nostra motivazione per 3 volte. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle unità meditative, delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio con chiarezza nella nostra vuota mente del Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Allora adesso, proprio per cominciare, andiamo a recitare una mala del mantra del Buddha della medicina, Om Mani Padme Hum. E questo significa che tutto si purifica attraverso, così come il loto si pulisce dal fango, noi possiamo purificare la nostra mente dalle afflizioni, che sono proprio l'impedimento più grande per raggiungere la liberazione dalla sofferenza. E quindi andiamo a recitare il nostro mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Ora andiamo a leggere la preghiera effettiva e la motivazione effettiva di questa protezione, di questa deità che vediamo qui. E questa è praticamente l'immagine che a noi serve come riferimento, ma come sappiamo la pratica effettiva è il Dharma, e quindi è proprio attraverso la nostra pratica che le cose possono cambiare e migliorare. Andiamo allora a leggere per 3 volte la nostra preghiera effettiva. Possono tutte le che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, da malattie, dai bhuttas e dagli alimenti non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, in dipendenza da malattie potenzialmente letali che come il macellaio che porta ad essere macellaio separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente da ogni piacere, possano essere totalmente pacificate, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere e siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakine, protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità della mente e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Andiamo a leggere ancora per 2 volte. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, in dipendenza da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta ad essere un essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possano essere totalmente pacificate e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti gravi, dalle malattie, dai bhutas e dagli elementi, da non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendentemente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separino il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non separarsi e si separino il corpo e la mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere lesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possano gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, dai 360 spiriti maligni, che danneggiano improvvisamente le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possano essere totalmente pacificate e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru e dei terrari supremi, con il potere delle dakine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Bene, adesso torniamo alle nostre pratiche affinché questa preghiera possa poi essere realizzata. Dobbiamo creare dei meriti e i meriti li creeremo attraverso la meditazione. Adesso sediamoci in un momento in una postura corretta con la schiena dritta. Portiamo l'attenzione al respiro all'aria che entra e all'aria che esce. Teniamo gli occhi socchiusi e abbiamo così la condizione per poter un po' portare un po' di quiete nella nostra mente. E se un pensiero sorge, qualcosa ci disturba, riportiamo nuovamente, sempre, ogni volta, l'attenzione all'aria che entra e l'aria che esce dalle nostre narici. Ora che la nostra mente è più tranquilla, andiamo a generare il nostro oggetto di meditazione. Osserviamo oggi come noi abbiamo sempre molte speranze, fiducia e aspettative anche in ciò che deve accadere qui nella nostra vita, nel nostro samsara. E non comprendiamo invece che questo mondo, il samsara, non è affidabile. Non è affidabile perché continuamente ci propone difficoltà, ostacoli che creano in noi tristezza, rabbia. Allora questa mattina osserviamo bene questo nostro modo di comportarci e cerchiamo di abbandonare queste illusioni, queste aspettative, queste speranze infondate, perché questo mondo in cui viviamo non è affidabile. Osserviamo come questo accade nella nostra vita e nella vita di tutti gli esseri senzienti. Dopo aver correttamente osservato questo, riflettiamo su come ciò sia inutile, avere aspettative. Logicamente abbiamo il desiderio che tutte le cose vadano per il giusto verso e portino a noi beneficio, ma riflettiamo come questo spesso, purtroppo, non accade. Anzi, viviamo il disagio e l'insoddisfazione della delusione, proprio perché ci eravamo illusi. Riflettiamo su questo, riflettiamo in modo profondo, analizziamo come tutto ciò sia davvero assurdo. ora che abbiamo analizzato e siamo abbastanza soddisfatti di ciò che abbiamo compreso, meditiamo anche per un minuto su questo e diciamoci proprio: ora ho capito, non voglio più illudermi, non voglio più avere aspettative di questo genere. Portiamo nel nostro cuore ciò che abbiamo riflettuto. Facciamo un bel respiro, diamo un segnale al nostro corpo che la sessione di meditazione è terminata e gioiamo per quello che abbiamo compreso e per come potremo poi applicarlo nella nostra vita. Quindi adesso che abbiamo prodotto delle buone azioni virtuose che sono state di beneficio, lo saranno anche agli altri esseri senzienti perché noi saremo più felici, allora andiamo a dedicare tutto quello che su cui abbiamo riflettuto e meditato ed andiamo quindi a fare le nostre dediche, cominciando proprio con altre cose. E quindi andiamo a leggere la parola Vasha del Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, le parole di verità che pacificano il pericolo delle armi. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublimo, trascendente, che osserva tutto, vittorioso Ayagriva irato, Tara completamente pura e così via. Il solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli. Oggetto di rifugio della natura della compassione. Per favore, prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nei tempi di litigi del prosperare delle 5 degenerazioni sono tormentati dalle sofferenze intense di conflitti e lotte causate dall'esposizione del grande oceano del karma negativa e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano di tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore, concedete le benedizioni affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre e così possano aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini degli spiriti maligni che entrano nel continuo mentale di qualcuno, lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di una sura. Da ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore, fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra da ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli esseri a quella terra pura. Per favore, fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita, senza malattie, possano pacificare tutti i litigi e i combattimenti e godere delle 10 virtù. Possa piovere dal momento giusto, possa esserci buone raccolte affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti. Per la realtà ultima che pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili, possono e possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la comprensione del guru, divinità del Signore delle menti e dei rari e sublemi, possono queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. Bene, andiamo a continuare la nostra preghiera. E quindi pacifichiamo la paura delle carestie. Avendo generato la mente che aspira alla suprema e più alta illuminazione, per liberare veramente tutti gli esseri infiniti, tu, il compassionevole e vittorioso, hai completato le 2 accumulazioni. Le assemblee di condottieri, Buddha, Bodhisattva, ascoltatori, Prateka Buddha, Guru, Idam, Dakri, Dakini e guardiani del Dharma delle 10 direzioni, divinità della ricchezza, Yaksha, i signori dei tesori, insieme al loro seguito. Pensa con amore agli esseri viventi in questi tempi degenerati che sono privi di protettore, quindi al fine di proteggere veramente questi esseri incarnati che sono tormentati dalle sofferenze, della fame, della sete e della povertà, fa sì che cada una pioggia di tutti i piaceri, attraenti e necessari, gioielli, cibo, ricchezza, cereali, biancheria da letto e così via, nella terra delle nevi di questo mondo. Per favore, pacifica i danni causati dai 4 alimenti, vento inopportuno, fuoco, siccità, pioggia, inondazioni e così via. E per favore, fa crescere i cereali nelle colture e che i raccolti siano copiosi, che maturano e aumentano come durante l'era del completamento. Per il potere delle fatte intense richieste, con le profonde suppliche e con la forza dell'amore e della compassione, possa il leone della malattia, dei combattimenti, delle carestie essere pacificato e possiamo possedere una lunga vita, essere felici e liberi da malattie. Per la grande compassione dei vittoriosi e dei loro figli e per la forza dell'infallibile verità di causa ed effetto, possano gli insegnamenti dei vittoriosi diffondersi e che aumentino possono tutti gli esseri viventi raggiungere rapidamente la completa illuminazione. Benissimo. E adesso andiamo a fare le dediche effettive. Proprio queste dediche che siano di grande beneficio. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescere sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca. Causa ed effetto e l'origine dell'intente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna con questi 2 che sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie. Possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separata dai guru perfetti. Possa io godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni e dei sentieri. Possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajaradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come il nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo noi non allontanarci mai neppure per un secondo dal puro sentiero vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Rosantranta, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dai figli di vittoriosi e ha realizzato il yoga dei 2 stadi delle supreme beatitudini e vacuità, come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco e l'aria. le medicine, il legno per ardere nelle foreste, possa io essere sempre usata dagli esseri senzienti esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarmi ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Possa io diventare come un gioiello che esaudisce i desideri e come un albero che esaudisce e soddisfa tutte le speranze degli esseri trasmigratori. Soltanto nel vedermi, sentirmi, pensando, ricordandomi e anche toccandomi o parlando con me, possono tutte le sofferenze di questi esseri venire pacificate istantaneamente e possa esserci felicità per sempre. Per tutti i meriti del passato, presente e futuro accumulati da me, dai innumerevoli Buddha e innumerevoli senzienti che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere della loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuota di esistere dalla sua parte e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte da sola, che sono completamente vuota di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Minchushi e come Samantha Bader hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente tutte queste virtù affinché possa seguire il loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie virtù con la dedica considerata come la suprema. Possono tutti i virtuosi che sono apparsi nei tempi avere una condotta pura. Affinché il sentiero del Dharma, dei re del Dharma, Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni e gli ostacoli essere pacificati, tutte le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei due tipi di meriti dei tre tempi di me stesso e degli altri, possano gli insegnamenti del vittorioso Santrappa eliminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisce. E adesso andiamo a fare le preghiere per Sua Santità Dalai Lama e Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gioiello che esaudisce desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyatso, ti supplico, possano tutti i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spuramenti e rimanere fino alla fine dell'esistenza ciclica. La dedica per lunga vita a Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiocatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostieni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Mangianat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi, Salvatore mio e di tutti gli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore, ti prego, vivi a lungo. Thank you very much. Buona giornata a tutti. Abbiamo fatto questa preghiera e portiamola con noi per tutto il resto della giornata. Hello, Venerable Tekchov.
Hello, Anitashi. How are you?
How are you? Very good. And you?
Ah, very good. So many people are following you. This is so heartwarming.
Yes, yes. Very nice. Fantastic, no?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Yes, beautiful.
Beautiful
Yes.
to see all these people that are following you.
Yes, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
absolutely.
thank you.
Absolutely
Bye.
wonderful.
Good prayer. Good morning.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Bye. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao a tutti italiani.
Grazie, ciao.
Ciao, ciao, Tashi, ciao. Ciao, Tashi.
Grazie a te, ciao, ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao. Grazie.
Tashi, grazie, ciao, ciao.
Ciao.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry. Now English. So, so I would like to thank the media team at Chenrezig Institute. Thank you so much for helping us doing these practices. My God, probably a year and a half already. This is absolutely wonderful. And I would like to thank Venerable Damcho, who's now in the UK, who is doing the administration of these talks. So just let's sit for a moment and reflect why we're doing these practices, what we're going through, what is the world going through, what is all the difficulties, why Lama Zopa Rinpoche asked us to do these practices. And now we can visualize all sentient being in human form sitting around us. It's beneficial if we put people that we have difficulties with in the space in front, people who we like and like us in the back, the father on the right, mother on the left, and all around us are all sentient beings, those that we can see and those we cannot see, all in human form, and we are leading them all to enlightenment. This is the practice of a bodhisattva. So we take refuge. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the idams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the idams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, the idams, and the kinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dhammakaya. So I would like to do the visualization that Lama Zopa Rinpoche explained about healing with the visualization of Chenrezig. So visualize Chenrezig in the space in front. He has 1,000 arms. In each hand there is an eye. The hands closest to the body hold implements. He has 11 heads, white, green, and red. And at the very top is Manjushri. Amitabha. He looks like an Indian prince. Bracelets, anklets, necklaces, silken garments. His body is white. He's very calm, very wise. If you remember the Heart Sutra, it is him, it's Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara, that is teaching the wisdom. And definitely very compassionate. We visualize such a Chenrezig, a replica of such a Chenrezig on top of each of sentient being. And the Chenrezig is radiating out nectar beams. And these nectar beams enter the body and mind of all sentient beings. And these beams purify sicknesses. Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, the cause of any particular sickness or spirit harm is negative karma and defilements collected from beginning of rebirth up to now. And we think completely purified. And we think of the COVID-19 pandemic. People are in isolation. People are in hospitals, on respirators. People who don't know if they want vaccine, they don't want vaccine. People who are suffering mentally, physically, financially, socially. Think of them. And the visualization of nectar beams that are healing and purifying. And with the visualization of and recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum, everything is purified. As Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, it will be beneficial if we visualize the suffering as much as possible. as extensive as possible, and then purified, completely purified. I'd like to recite the request prayer from the newness sadhana, requesting Chenrezig to help us. O I, compassionate-eyed one, who is the treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all six realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate-eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all six realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. O I, compassionate-eyed one, who is a treasure of compassion, I request you please listen to me. Please guide me, as well as all mothers and fathers in all six realms, to be freed quickly from the great ocean of samsara. I request that the vast and profound peerless awakening mind may grow. With a tear of great compassion, please cleanse all karmas and delusions. Please lead me and my greatest with your hand of compassion to fields of bliss. With your permission, I would like to dedicate each Om Mani Padme Hum that we recite to the fulfillment of the holy wishes of our virtuous friends, His Holiness Dalai Lama, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, Jado Rinpoche, and others. Through generation, loving kindness and compassion, may all the wars and killing and famine and diseases in the world stop, and the imbalance of the elements stop right now. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. I'm reminding you to keep the visualization alive. Think of Chenrezig on top of the head. Nectar beams are streaming out and purifying any sickness from all sentient beings. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om 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 Mani Padme Hum. And the actual prayer I would like to recite 7 times. May all the diseases sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, liable to a leading animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the 3 jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And keep the visualization alive. May all the diseases and sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, liable to a leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the 3 jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and fallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadden the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of Gaha spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the ghouls and the 3 jewels, the power of the Kinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of truth and fallibility of karma and its results, May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Kini, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the diseases inside the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary condition, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, the power of the King's Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all the disease and sadness of mind of sentient beings that results from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realm of the world. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, the power of the King's Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay, this would be the last recitation. May all the diseases and sadness of the mind of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realm of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are from life-threatening diseases, applicable to leading an animal to be slaughtered, separating the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of his name terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. May whatever suffering there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, power of the kingly Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay, now we can let go of the visualization of 1,000-armed Chenrezig. Dissolve it into a sphere of light. This absorbs into you and permeates your whole body. Now I'd like to add to this practice a few mantras of green tar as suggested by His Holiness that we can do to stop the pandemic. Venerable I, great treasure of compassion, grant your blessings to increase all favorable conditions and to clear away every obstacle that all my rooted beings may swiftly enter the city of eternal joy. Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So. Tare Tutare Ture So, Om 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 Tare Tutare Ture So. Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So. Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So. Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So. Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So. Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So. Om Tare Tutare Ture So, 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 Om Tare Tutare Ture So. Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So. Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So, Om Tare Tutare Ture So. I'd like to start the dedication. This is from, the first one is from Shantideva. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transformatory beings never occur again. In all my life, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. And by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. For the Dharma King took up as way of Dharma to flourish. May all signs of obstacles be pacified, and all conducive conditions be complete. Due to the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty existing from my own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty existing from its own side by myself alone, who am completely empty existing from my own side. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantha Bhadra as well. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with education praise of the best, by the all gone beyond victorious ones of the three times in order to have good conduct. Due to the two types of merits of the 3 times of myself and others, may the teachings of the victorious one also drop us shine resplendent forever. And for the IMI, may I and all others, particularly the IMI Sangha, be able to live a life of pure moral conduct like Lama Tsongkhapa himself, train the mind in bodhicitta, live in pure view and conduct. In this way, may we be able to create our lives without corrupting the pure wisdom of the second Buddha's teaching. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta, not yet born, arise. May that born not decline, but increase more and more. And for the long life of His Holiness Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Savior of the snowline teachings and transmigatory beings, who extensively clarify the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus hand, Lord Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be fulfilled. And for the very long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subdurer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, live long. So I finished a few seconds early, and here is Venerable Tenzin Peltron. How are you?
I'm okay, Venerable Techo. How are you?
Good, good. Are you still cold?
I'm still cold. It's at least today the sun is shining, so that's nice. We got a break from the rain.
Okay.
But the mountains are covered with snow, so in a way I'm glad I'm lower down than, like in Tushita, I'm sure they're getting snow right up there,
Yeah.
So yeah, we just pray for the electricity and internet connections to last. That's the biggest challenge we are having right now. So I can't complain,
Yeah. I hope the virus has not entered Tosamling.
Well, touch wood, not yet. I mean, we are just 3 nuns at this particular point, and we have, the staff who are here. And today, interestingly, we had some many little nuns from Zanskar visiting who are actually studying at Dolmaling. So it was a real pleasure. Himachal Pradesh has strict laws about entry into Himachal Pradesh. So we are hoping that the state will keep us safe, Yeah. And how is Venerable Changchup Punso?
Small ups and downs and things, etc. One day like this, one day like that.
Right.
Yeah, it's...
I know it's heart-wrenching, especially for his parents and his mother, who I know is by his bedside. Yeah. But, I still can't figure it out. It just happened. I guess this is karma ripening like that. Oh my God, it's really a big teaching, It's like, don't take anything for granted,
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. I mean, it's bad enough the pandemic is raging, but then on top of that, when you hear things like this.
Yeah. And then he got the virus while he was in the hospital.
I know. I mean, I don't know what to say about the hospital, but I guess, your body is very vulnerable then. So what to do? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Tekchokla, take care and give my regards to everybody at Nalanda. Stay warm, stay safe, and see you next week, I guess.
Yeah, see you. Yeah, be well.
So welcome everybody to the next session of the prayerathon. I'm delighted to join you from Lower Dharamsala in Himachal Pradesh in India. And my name is Tenzin Palran. And as I just mentioned, it's very, very cold here. And it's been snowing a lot up in the mountains, but today the sun is out. So I feel very fortunate to, at a time like this, to be gathering together with the rest of the Sangha to offer prayers for so many people who are suffering around the world. And I want to start by offering special prayers to Venerable Changchuk Punsuk, who is in a hospital in Israel, struggling to recover from strokes, and then to all those who are struggling with COVID, for them to recover fully, for all those who are making their transition, including Elia Riddell and Barbara Ojwiri and Friedel Terry, to have a healing transition and a fortunate human rebirth. And then, of course, I want to express my gratitude to Venerable Damchola for again gathering us all week after week, and for the Chenrezig Institute team for their unfailing support through a time like this. So thank you very much for all of the things that you do. So I'd like to start. I'm just hoping Chenrezig Institute, my internet connection lasts. I've been having some really challenges with my internet connection, so I may disappear in and out, but I'm hoping it will stay consistent for this.
We'll keep a lookout.
Okay, great. So I'd like to start by sharing a picture of Thangtong Gyalpo. And as you may all know, he was actually Shakyamuni Buddha in one of his previous lifetimes. And interestingly enough, a pandemic raged during his lifetime, and they tried to do everything possible to put an end to the pandemic, but then nothing worked. And so what Thangtong Gyalpo did was that out of the power of his bodhicitta, he composed this prayer that we are very, very fortunate to be reciting together all over the world to fulfill the wishes of our most precious holy Guru, Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. And as a result of the power of his bodhicitta and through the recitation of this particular prayer, they were able to quell the pandemic. So that is what we hope that we can do. So let's start again by setting our motivation that we are doing this practice not just for ourselves, but for the benefit of all sentient beings in all the 6 realms. So I'd like to start by taking a few minutes to just settle our minds by focusing on our breath for the next few minutes. So you can choose your object, whether it's the air coming in and out of your nostril or the rise and fall of your belly. For the next few minutes, let go of everything else, your to-do list, any anxieties or fears about the future or what happened in the past. And for the next few minutes, let's just take the time to fully focus on our breath by using the 2 faculties, one of alertness to notice if your mind goes off, wandering somewhere else, to ring the bell, so as to speak, mentally. And then with mindfulness, bringing your mind back to your object, which is either the breath coming in and out of your nostrils or the rise and fall of your belly, whatever particular focus that you choose. So let's just take the next few minutes to do that. And now from this quiet space, let us visualize in front of us our most precious holy Guru in the form of 1,000 arms of Lokiteshvara. Standing in front of us, surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, if you can all visualize them from the 10 directions, each of which are looking at each of us with great compassion. So visualize that on your right-hand side is your mother and all female sentient beings from the 6 realms. And on your right-hand side is your father and all the male sentient beings from the 6 realms, including those who are making their transition. And we visualize that Guru Avalokiteshvara is a live being. Even if you cannot visualize his 1,000 arms, his 11 faces, and all his beautiful silks and jewelry, if you can just feel this beautiful, live, compassionate presence looking down on us, each one of us, in spite of all that we have done, because it is due to our individual and collective cause that we have negative karma, that we have created the causes for this pandemic. But in spite of that, Guru Avalokiteshvara looks at us with great love and compassion and sees our immense potential. So just take a few minutes to feel the compassionate presence of these beautiful beings around us. And now from this place, let's take refuge. So I hope you can see my screen. So we'll recite this refuge prayer 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we come back to this visualization of Guru Avalokiteshvara standing in front of us, surrounded by all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And what we are going to do is a series of visualizations coupled with the recitation of Om Mani Padme Hum, to really look at the causes that created this pandemic and to request Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify us of all these negativities so that we can remove these causes. So we will start by beseeching Guru Avalokiteshvara to pour down this brilliant white light from his crown into each one of our crowns to completely purify all the negativities that we have created through our bodies. So we openly confess whatever we may have done that includes any form of killing, including those of mosquitoes or insects that we did consciously or unconsciously, intentionally or unintentionally, any form of stealing, taking something that did not belong to us, and any form of sexual misconduct, of course, for lay people, or any form of sexual conduct for monks and nuns. We openly confess to Guru Avalokiteshvara that we committed in this lifetime, in previous lifetimes. And we request Guru Avalokiteshvara to pour down this brilliant white light, which comes into our crowns and then purifies all the negativities of our body, which come out through our body like dirty laundry water. And then we are filled with this beautiful, blissful, radiant light. So let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to visualize that your body and the bodies of all sentient beings, including of our beautiful planet Earth, has been completely purified of all our negativities. And it is filled with this blissful, radiant white light. And now visualize from the throat of Guru Avalokiteshvara pours out this brilliant red light into each one of our throats, completely purifying us of all the negativities we have created through our speech. Now, I don't know about you, but speech is one of the doors through which it is very easy for me to create negativities. So any kind of harsh words, again, intentionally or unintentionally, that was hurtful, or any kind of divisive speech that, separated people who were already having conflict, or separated friends, as a result of what you said, or any kind of idle gossip or meaningless chatter that we sometimes engage in for hours at end and completely waste our times and, blabbing about this person and that person and creating huge amounts of negativity, or any kind of lying that we did. Again, intentionally or unintentionally, we confess all of that to Guru Avalokiteshvara. And again, Guru Avalokiteshvara is very pleased by our confession and pours down this red light, which again purifies all the negativities of speech and comes out like dirty laundry water through our feet. So again, let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel that your speech has been completely purified and transformed into this compassionate, mindful, wise speech of Guru Avalokiteshvara. And now visualize from the heart of Guru Avalokiteshvara pours out this brilliant blue-green light into each one of our hearts, completely purifying all the negativities of our mind. So that includes, the main factor, as we realize, that creates all our suffering is this self-grasping ignorance, grasping at an I that we think really exists from its own side. And a result of this clinging and grasping, then we have all these inappropriate conceptualizations like I and mine and us and them. And as a result, then all these afflictions of attachment and aversion and jealousy and doubt and hatred, and, we push and pull people. And then as a result of that, we create so much negativities through our body, our speech, and our minds. And so the root cause of all our suffering is this ignorance holding and grasping on to the sense of I. And then related to that is its cousin, which is the self-cherishing attitude, Not only do we believe that something exists, the I exists, when it actually in reality does not exist in the way we think it does, but then we hold on to this as being the most important thing in the world, this I, this precious I, and we do everything possible to protect it. And then as a result of that, we really do not pay attention to the needs or listen to others and take care of the well-being of others, and which creates so much suffering for ourselves and others. And as Bodhisattva Shantideva always reminds us, all of our unhappiness comes and suffering comes from clinging on and grasping on and putting ourselves first, whereas all the happiness comes by serving others and benefiting others. So we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to purify us of all these negativities created through our mind as a result of these two monsters or dictators, the self-grasping ignorance and the self-cherishing attitudes, and to completely purify us. And so again, visualize that this blue-green light comes in through our crown, completely purifies us, and fills us with this radiant, blissful blue-green light. So again, let's do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum as we visualize this happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel that your mind, which is the creator of all things, engaging in positive acts, it results in happiness, and engaging in negative acts is what creates suffering. So we have been purified of all this negativity that we have created since countless eons, and our minds have been transformed into, again, the wise, compassionate, blissful mind of Guru Avalokiteshvara. So just take a few minutes to feel that that has happened. And now we beseech Guru Avalokiteshvara to pour down billions and zillions of little Avalokiteshvaras into each one of our crowns to completely purify our body, speech, and mind, and to transform us into Avalokiteshvaras. Now, this is possible because we each have the Buddha seed and the Buddha potential within us. Some say that we are already enlightened, and right now we are simply obscured by all these negativities, which can be removed. Others say we have to cultivate these seeds by following the systematic steps, like the graded path of the Lam Rim, in order to transform our minds. Like the great Thich Nhat Hanh, who passed away last weekend, said, we need the suffering. The suffering is our garbage or the compost that we then turn and learn how to work with to transform it into flowers of happiness for ourselves and for others, and to transform us into the state of the Guru Buddha, in this case of Avalokiteshvara. So let's visualize that again. These zillions of lights are coming out as we recite Om Mani Padme Hum, and we are all being completely transformed into Avalokiteshvara, and our beautiful planet Earth, who has now been completely purified, transforms into this beautiful celestial mansion where all sentient beings are living together in great peace and harmony, and where all the epidemics of all kinds have been completely eradicated. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a few minutes to feel that this visualization has actually happened. And we have all been transformed into Avalokiteshvaras. But now we realize that this has just been a visualization. And there are so many people still suffering, so many beings in all the realms who are suffering so much, including on our beautiful planet Earth, including as a result of this pandemic, including all the social and economic ills, including all the environmental disasters. And so we make the commitment that we will do individually, we will do whatever it is possible in order to walk this path, to subdue and tame our minds so that we can become enlightened as quickly as possible in order to benefit all sentient beings and to bring them all to these enlightened states so that we can end all these negativities on our beautiful planet Earth. So keeping that in mind, now let's recite this prayer. We'll do the actual prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary condition, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So the second round. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the results of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from a mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. One more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary condition, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now I'd like to take a few minutes to do a few recitations of the Tara mantra, as His Holiness Dalai Lama has pointed out. By reciting this mantra, we are helping to end the pandemic. So again, just visualize this beautiful blue-green Tara sitting in front of you, looking at you with great love and compassion, and that you're surrounded by all sentient beings on either sides. And she pours down this blue-green light as we recite her mantra to completely purify us and all sentient beings and our planet Earth of all the negativities. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Swam, Tare Tu Tare Ture Swam, Tare Tu Tare Ture Swam, Tare Tu Tare Ture Swam. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Swam, 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 Tare Tu Tare Ture Swam. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Swam, 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 Tare Tu Tare Ture Swam. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Swam, 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 Tare Tu Tare Ture Swam. Om Tare Tu Tare Ture Soha. So we just recite a few mantras of the Vajra armor. So let's just pull that up. Sorry. Okay, so I hope you can see that. Hum Vajrape Pe Mashavari Pe Nipshing Naganenta Sarvavrita Hanana Vajane Rakshak Soha. Om Pe Mashavari Pe Nipshing Naganenta Sarvavrita Hanana Vajane Rakshak Soha. Hum Vajrape Pe Mashavari Naganenta Sarvavirita Hanahana Vajane Rakshak Soha. Hum Vajrape Pe Mashavari Naganenta Sarvavirita Hanahana Vajane Rakshak Soha. Hum Vajrape Pe Mashavari Pe Nipshing Sarvavirita Hanahana Vajani Rakshar Soha Hum Vajape Pe Mashavari Pe Nipshing Naganenta Sarvavirita Vajane Rakshar Soha Hum Vajape Pe Mashavari Pe Nipshing Naganenta Sarvavirita Hanahana Vajani Rakshar Soha. And we'll end very quickly through the dedication. Chadra Samcho Rinpoche Make Panang Kekuchi Kepanam Pami Payam Govne Gumdil Pelwar Sho Samsara Nirvana, lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising, are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent karma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from its own side. And I finish by reciting the short, long life prayer of His Holiness Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you very much for joining me. Please take care and stay safe. And I turn it over now to Celiana. Hello, Celiana. How are you?
Very well, thank you. And you?
Yes, it's very cold here, and we are, of course, in the middle of our third wave. But the sun is out today, and I'm very glad we are doing these prayers together. So
yeah, it's very nice to do the prayers together, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Thank you,
so
Celiana. Take care.
Take care. Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
So thanks to the people at Chenrezig Institute that have been supporting us already for 80 weeks now. Thank you very, very much for all your support. Without you, we couldn't do this. Thank you very much. Okay. Also, we thank Venerable Damcho that he has organized all this prayerathon, which is very good and gives us the opportunity to be together on Saturday to pray for the peace and healthy world. Ok. Buongiorno a tutti quanti, grazie di essere qua a partecipare a questa maratona di preghiera che siamo già all'80ª settimana e grazie all'Istituto Chenrezig dell'Australia che possiamo fare questo e che ci hanno appunto sostenuto tutte queste settimane, stanno continuando a sostenerci. Senza il loro aiuto non potremmo fare queste maratone. Ok? E grazie anche a tutte le persone che ci stanno seguendo con grande entusiasmo a pregare per la pace, la tranquillità e la salute nel mondo. Ok? Adesso ci mettiamo nella posizione corretta di meditazione. Principalmente quello che dobbiamo fare è di tenere la spina dorsale dritta e se siamo seduti su un cuscino, allora possiamo tenere anche le gambe incrociate. Se siamo seduti su una sedia, cerchiamo di avere i piedi per terra, paralleli, non le gambe accavallate, in modo che le arie possano fluire liberamente all'interno del corpo. E la spina dorsale dritta ci aiuta a mantenere la concentrazione, l'attenzione e a non avere blocchi o ostacoli nella nostra meditazione, nella nostra pratica. Quindi cerchiamo di prendere consapevolezza del nostro corpo e partendo dal capo lasciamo andare tutte quante le tensioni che abbiamo nel capo, tutte le tensioni che abbiamo nel collo, nelle spalle, nelle braccia e così via, fino ai piedi. Lasciamo andare le tensioni, lasciamo andare i pensieri e piano piano portiamo la nostra attenzione al movimento naturale del respiro. Avendo calmato il respiro, cerchiamo di generare una buona motivazione per questa sessione, per la nostra giornata. Siamo ancora degli esseri umani. Abbiamo la capacità di portare l'attenzione sull'oggetto che vogliamo. E questo corpo umano, per il suo sostentamento, ha bisogno dell'aiuto, del supporto di innumerevoli altri esseri viventi. Tutto quello che abbiamo e tutto quello di cui godiamo deriva dal lavoro e dallo sforzo di innumerevoli altri esseri viventi e anche dalla vita stessa degli altri esseri viventi. Quindi, che noi siamo consapevoli oppure no, in realtà quello che succede è che noi riceviamo supporto di innumerevoli altri esseri senzienti, quindi riceviamo infinita gentilezza e sostegno dagli altri. E quello che noi riceviamo dagli altri è molto di più di quello che noi facciamo per gli altri. Gli altri, esattamente come noi, desiderano star bene e non soffrire. Nonostante che abbiamo tutti questo desiderio, siamo completamente coinvolti in situazioni di disagio e di sofferenza. E al di là delle sofferenze fisiche sperimentiamo tantissima sofferenza mentale, insoddisfazione. E quasi senza rendercene conto, lasciamo che la nostra mente sia sopraffatta da pensieri distruttivi come la bramosia, l'attaccamento, la gelosia, il rancore. L'orgoglio e così via. E questi tipi di attitudini mentali non ci fanno stare bene e diventano a loro volta la causa per sperimentare ancora più insoddisfazione, ancora più sofferenza. Quindi appena sentiamo questa agitazione interiore, questo disturbo interiore, questa insoddisfazione, cerchiamo di riconoscerla e non farci intrappolare, non farci incatenare da quel difetto mentale, da quell'emozione disturbante. Cerchiamo di riportare la nostra attenzione alla natura fondamentale della nostra mente, che è chiarezza e luminosità, ed è lo spazio attraverso i quali si manifestano tutti i pensieri, tutte le emozioni distruttive. Cerchiamo di identificarci con quello spazio e non coinvolgiamoci più con le emozioni distruttive. E generiamo il forte desiderio di non essere più intrappolati da queste emozioni distruttive. E per entrare in contatto con quello che è la natura fondamentale della nostra mente, che è amorevole gentilezza. Prendiamo come esempio la Santità del Dalai Lama, o Lama Zopa, o il nostro guru che ci dà questa fiducia e ci fa sentire questa gentilezza. I nostri maestri fungono da specchio delle nostre qualità interiori. Possiamo pensare a Buddha Sakyamuni, Chenrezig, una figura che ci ispiri questi sentimenti di amorevole gentilezza. Quindi dal profondo del cuore, visualizzando il nostro maestro Chenrezig di fronte a noi. Dal profondo del cuore prendiamo rifugio con l'intenzione di dedicarci a questa pratica proprio per portare benessere, pace e salute in tutto il mondo, in tutti i rami di esistenza dove gli esseri stanno soffrendo tantissimo finché non saranno completamente liberati dall'ignoranza, dall'attaccamento e dall'avversione. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, dei divinità meditativi, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, dei divinità meditativi, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma e nel Sangha, prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, dei divinità meditativi, dei Dakini, prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Immaginiamo Guru Chenrezig di fronte a noi o sul nostro capo e immaginiamo che dal suo cuore infiniti raggi di luce vengono a toccare noi stessi, riempiendo completamente tutto il nostro corpo, eliminando completamente tutte quante le oscurazioni. E quando espiriamo immaginiamo che diamo questa amorevole gentilezza verso tutti quanti gli esseri viventi dei 6 rami di esistenza. Mentre recitiamo il mantra, pensiamo in questo modo. Om tare tu re so. Oh, scusate. Om mani padme 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 Ora ancora recitiamo la preghiera effettiva che libera Sakya dalle malattie, Thangtong Gyalpo. Siamo sempre Chenrezig sul nostro capo, di fronte a noi, che emana infiniti raggi di luce verso tutti quanti gli esseri viventi. Possano tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati agli spiriti dalle malattie e dai bhuta e dagli elementi non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali e come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato si pone il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono del loro nome terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati ai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre ravi supremi, con il potere dei dakini, dei protettori del dharma, dei guardiani, con la forza e l'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati. Possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti e che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati agli spiriti grandi, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa, qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separa il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yahweh, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati da 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai quattro elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la comprensione dei guru e dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza e infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possono tutte le malattie che caratterizzano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano da karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati dagli spiriti, dalle malattie, dai bhuta e dagli elementi, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possa, qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellare che porta un essere ad essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei rami del mondo. Possono tutti essere incarnati e essere illesi da malattie acute, croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri, come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della morte. Possono tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta ai disturbi causati dai quattro elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere, con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con i poteri dei dakini, dei protettori del Dhamma e dei guardiani, con la forza e l'inferibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Ora facciamo la preghiera di Thangtong Gyalpo che libera dal pericolo delle armi. Pensiamo di pacificare la mente di tutti quanti gli esseri viventi, particolarmente coloro che stanno soffrendo in questo momento, che hanno tantissimo rancore e che questo rancore, per non avere quello che desiderano, non fa altro che aumentare questa situazione di grandissima sofferenza. E siamo sempre Chenrezig, che emana ondiate di amorevole gentilezza tutti quanti gli esseri viventi e noi stessi, affinché possiamo essere in grado di riconoscere appena sorge un'emozione distruttiva di non lasciarci coinvolgere, ma semplicemente lasciarla dissolvere nella vacuità. Grande, amorevole, vittorioso Buddha Maitreya, occhio compassionevole, sublime, trascendente che osserva tutto, vittorioso e irato, Tara completamente pura e così via. Il solo sentire i vostri santi nomi elimina tutti i pericoli, oggetti di rifugio della natura e della compassione, per favore prestatemi attenzione. Quando gli esseri senzienti nel tempo dei litigi e del prosperare delle 5 generazioni sono tormentati dalla sofferenza intensa di conflitti come lotte, causate dall'esplosione del grande oceano di karma negativo e gelosia, per favore prosciugate questo oceano, tutto ciò con la forza della vostra saggezza trascendentale e compassione, facendo cadere grandi piogge di nettare e di amorevole gentilezza sugli esseri trasmigratori che sono infiammati dal fuoco dell'odio. Per favore concedete la benedizione affinché sorga il riconoscimento reciproco come padre e madre, così possono aumentare la felicità e il buon auspicio, sconfiggendo le moltitudini di spiriti malvagi che entrando nel continuo mentale di qualcuno lo fanno cambiare immediatamente nella mente di un'asura, d'ora in poi non venire mai più in questa regione. Per favore fate sì che tutti gli esseri senzienti morti in guerra, d'ora in poi abbandonino tutto il karma negativo, causa ed effetto, e possano rinascere miracolosamente nella terra di beatitudine e condurre tutti gli altri in quella terra pura. Per favore fate sì che tutti coloro che sono nati e che muoiono abbiano una lunga vita senza malattie e possano pacificare tutti i litigi e i combattimenti, godere delle 10 virtù, Fate piovere nei momenti giusti, avere sempre buoni raccolti affinché tutto l'ambiente sia di buon auspicio per tutti gli abitanti, per la realtà ultima che è pura per natura, causa ed effetto sono infallibili, poiché possiedono tale realtà ultima, e per la compassione del Guru, divinità, sigillo della mente, dei rari sublimi, possono queste pure ed estese preghiere essere realizzate. Ora ci impegniamo nella preghiera di dedica. Possa la preziosa mente suprema e bodhicitta sorge in chi non l'ha ancora generata, e possa la mente che è stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre più. Samsara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca, e causa ed effetto e origine dipendente sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato e intenzione di Nagarjuna, e questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possono essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possono tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più senza eccezione. E poi sigilliamo i meriti con l'amaguità. Per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro accumulati da me da innumerevoli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte. Posso dire che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da sola che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Poi dedichiamo per la lunga vita di Sua Santità e Dalai Lama. Gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo. Incomparabilmente gentile Tenzin Gyalpo, ti supplico, possano i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. La lunga vita di Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che fungi da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostegni, preservi e diffondi la dottrina vittoriosa di Manjunath, che magistamente compie magnifiche preghiere. Che onore ai tuoi supremi, salvatore mio e degli altri, i tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie a tutti quanti di aver partecipato a questa maratona di preghiera. Ora le prossime sessioni in italiano saranno alle 11:30, poi alle 15 ancora con me, alle 17:30 e poi alle 19. Quindi adesso prosegue la preghiera in italiano. E grazie a tutti la vostra partecipazione e arrivederci o a più tardi o alla prossima settimana. Hello, Losantrin là.
Hello, Celiana. How are you?
How are you?
I'm very well. Yes,
good.
Yes.
Me too, very well, yes.
You look very well. Very well.
Ah, okay, I just took a shower, you know.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. That was lovely. I love listening in Italian, even though I don't understand. It's very nice.
Thank you. So have a nice session, dear. So maybe see you next week then.
Maybe. Ciao.
Okay. Bye. Ciao.
Here I am Trinley from Langri Tangpa Centre in Brisbane, and lovely to do this practice as always. Interesting, the world we live in. Nobody, no country, no city, no neighbourhood is free of COVID, it seems, at the moment. And even my own family members this week have been struck down, been quite ill. And You know, when we think that COVID, like everything, is empty from its own side, it arises from causes and conditions. It is a dependent arising. You know, it helps if we can remember that, if we can understand even a little bit about emptiness, then we can deal with COVID. We can let go of our anxiety. We can let go of our fear. We can do what we need to do to, you know, keep us safe from the disease, to keep others safe from the disease. But we don't need to struggle with it in our minds. So, thinking about emptiness, tonight to start off, I'm going to read the Heart of the Perfection of Wisdom Sutra. Thus did I hear at one time the Bhagawan was dwelling on massive Vulture's Mountain in Rajagriha, together with a great community of monks and a great community of bodhisattvas. At that time, Bhagawan was absorbed in the concentration on the categories of phenomena called profound perception. Also at that time, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Arya Avalokiteshvara looked upon the very practice of the profound perfection of wisdom and beheld those five aggregates also as empty of inherent nature. Then, through the power of Buddha, the Venerable Shariputra said this to the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Arya Avalokiteshvara: how should any son of the lineage train who wishes to practice the activity of the profound perfection of wisdom? He said that, and the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Arya Avalokiteshvara said this to the Venerable Shariputra: Shariputra, any son of the lineage or daughter of the lineage who wishes to practice the activity of the profound perfection of wisdom should look upon it like this, correctly and repeatedly beholding those five aggregates also as empty of inherent nature. Form is empty, emptiness is form. Emptiness is not other than form. Form is also not other than emptiness. In the same way, feeling, discrimination, compositional factors, and consciousness are empty. Shariputra, likewise, all phenomena are emptiness, without characteristic, unproduced, unceased, stainless, not without stain, not deficient, not fulfilled. Shariputra, therefore, in emptiness there is no form, no feeling, no discrimination, no compositional factors, no consciousness, no eye, no ear, no nose, no tongue, no body, no mind, no visual form, no sound, no odor, no taste, no object of touch, and no phenomenon. There is no I element, and so on, up to and including no mind element, and no mental consciousness element. There is no ignorance, no extinction of ignorance, and so on, up to and including no aging and death, and no extinction of aging and death. Similarly, there is no suffering, origination, cessation, and path. There is no exalted wisdom, no attainment, and also no non-attainment. Shariputra, therefore, because there is no attainment, bodhisattvas rely on and dwell in the perfection of wisdom, the mind without obscuration and without fear. Having completely passed beyond error, they reach the end point of nirvana. All the Buddhas who dwell in the three times also manifestly, completely awaken to unsurpassable, perfect, complete enlightenment in reliance on the perfection of wisdom. Therefore, the mantra of the perfection of wisdom, the mantra of great knowledge, the unsurpassed mantra, the mantra equal to the unequaled, the mantra that thoroughly pacifies all suffering, should be known as truth, since it is not false. The mantra of the perfection of wisdom is declared: Jayata Om Gade Gade Paragade Parasamgade Bodhisattva. Shariputra, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, should train in the profound perfection of wisdom like that. Then the Bhagawan arose from that concentration and commended the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Arya Avalokiteshvara, saying, well said, son of the lineage. It is like that. It is like that. One should practice the profound perfection of wisdom just as you have indicated. even the Tathagatas rejoice. The Bhagawan, having thus spoken, the Venerable Sharadvati Putra, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva Arya Avalokiteshvara, those surrounding in their entirety, along with the world of gods, humans, asuras, and Gandharvas, were overjoyed and highly praised that spoken by the Bhagawan. We can do our motivation to the practice, which is a perfectly beautiful refuge prayer given by Arya Avalokiteshvara to Ka Nagpa Paljor Sharab, and by him to Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Afterwards, it provided infinite benefits for living beings. And so as we recite this motivation, hold all living beings in your heart, all of the animals and insects, from the very smallest to the very largest, and every single human being, every single sentient being, every single suffering sentient being, and hold them in your heart, every single one of them. We're doing this practice for them. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Keeping all of the beings in your heart. Visualize that Avalokiteshvara, Chenrezig, is above the top of the heads. Chenrezig is vast as space, made of light, perfectly pure, perfectly luminous, the absolute manifestation of pure compassion, and above every single sentient being. And from Chenrezig's heart, light goes down into the hearts of all the beings, transforming all of their suffering into happiness, all of their sickness and disease into wellness, all of their grief into happy memories. And as we visualize like this, we can recite the Mani mantra. The 3 malas, 1 aloud, and 2 under our breath. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, 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 mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Oh, my heavy, 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 oh, oh, my heavy, 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 oh, my heavy. Oh my God, my God. Oh my God, my God, my God. Oh my God, my God, my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, my God. Oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, 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 oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Oh my God, oh my God, oh Now we can do the actual prayer. Such a lovely prayer to do. Again, hold all the suffering beings in your heart, especially all of those who are suffering from COVID, those who are sick, those who have died, those who are anxious and fearful. Hold them in your heart gently and lovingly as we do this prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, that occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, that occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha, spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. And whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to the disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the powers of the Dakini's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiant power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini's Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And we should think that the power of prayer, any prayers we do, if we recite our prayers with a sincere heart, the positive energy goes out into the world and heals the world. There is no doubt about that. And if we can fill the world with more positive energy than the negative energy being generated in the world, then we can change the world for the better. So it's an amazing thing that we have this power, that we have the power to change the world through prayer. We have the power to heal through prayer. But as I said, we must do it with a sincere heart of compassion, not just say the words. Okay, so we can finish with our dedications now. Okay. There they are. Okay, so Langri Tangpa Centre in Brisbane, we like to read the lovely dedication prayer from chapter 10 of the Guide to the Bodhisattva's Way of Life by Master Shantideva, bringing to mind all suffering beings. May all beings everywhere plagued by sufferings of body and mind obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of my merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the hopeless find hope, constant happiness and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all the medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid, and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power, and the people think of benefiting each other. For as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain, until then may I too remain, to dispel the miseries of the world. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Long life prayers. For His Holiness Dalai Lama, please, please live long. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Oh, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, please, please, please live long. You who uphold the seduous moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjanath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honouring the three jewels. Protector of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Finishing with the last dedication and remembering emptiness to seal the practice. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty and economic problems in the world and all dangers of earth, water, fire and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. And may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the 3 times, collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you, Chenrezig Institute. Thank you, all of the wonderful Sangha every weekend. My brothers and sisters, thank you so much. Hello. Hi, everybody.
Hello. Hello.
Everybody from Spain.
Yes, I am in Spain. Also, Juan Yurba, the other monk. So now it's Spanish time.
Lovely, wonderful. And how are you all doing? You all well in Spain?
Yes. At least we are trying, because situation, as you know, is not easy.
No.
But slowly, centers are recovering normality and activities, but very slowly.
Yeah.
And you, how are you? Where are you?
I'm Brisbane in Australia.
Okay.
So not so. COVID hasn't hit us as badly as many countries.
Yes.
But still, working from home and centres only doing online classes, and it's a difficult time. There's lots of anxiety in the community, and as I started beginning my session today, and if we only keep the fact that everything is empty from its own side, we don't have to get caught up with COVID in our minds. And if we can remember that, then we can be of great benefit to others, help them get through it.
Yeah, we're trying, because I guess we have long time of recitation, Thangtong Gyalpo recitation time. Yeah. Unfortunately, yes, I guess, yes.
Well, I think everybody's looking very well. When I come onto these sessions every week, all of the monks and nuns from all of the centres, they look very rested.
At least looks. I don't know inside.
I will take care.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bye.
See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chenrezig Institute. Thank you for organizing. Hello, Dean. How are you?
I'll put my mic on. Yes, a long time no see.
Yes.
I've been doing the morning sessions, not so much the the second session. So yeah, I've swapped today.
Okay. Now I am because Venerable Paloma is translating for one course, so she will do tonight in my turn. So I will do now. Okay.
What time is that? How many hours from now do you? Maybe someone else is doing that session again.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
But it's only today the change.
Okay.
Okay.
All right then.
Bye bye. Thank you. Bueno, buenos días a todos los que estáis siguiendo por YouTube esta recitación. Hoy, buenos días al venerable Juan Yurba, que está aquí conmigo. Hoy hay un pequeño cambio y es que venerable Paloma está traduciendo unas enseñanzas y no puede hacer la sesión de la mañana. Ella era la que hago yo normalmente, la de las 9, así es que nos hemos cambiado. Pero el resto es igual, la dinámica es igual y es solo hoy ese cambio. Entonces, si os parece, vamos a empezar y lo que hacemos es por unos momentos pues llevar la atención a la respiración y con ello contactamos y conectamos con nuestro silencio, con nuestro espacio interiores. También ajustamos la postura del cuerpo para adoptarla más cómoda, la que te sea más confortable, tanto si estás haciendo esta sesión en cojín como en silla. Mantienes la espalda derecha, nunca rígida pero sí derecha, y con ello garantizas un estado de mente claro, profundo, despierto. Y estando así, llevas por unos momentos la atención a la respiración, una respiración profunda y plena, que te llena y te abandona constantemente. Haces unos momentos dejando que todo a nivel mental pase, igual que pasan las nubes en el cielo. A medida que el flujo de aire nos llena y nos abandona una y otra vez, nuestra mente se va calmando, nuestro cuerpo se va relajando y vamos conectando más con el momento presente. Desde ese estado de mayor calma generamos la mejor de nuestras motivaciones, la más genuina, la más altruista, la más compasiva para hacer esta práctica y también para el resto de nuestras actividades de todo el día de hoy y del resto de nuestra vida. Pensando, estamos dedicando una energía, unos minutos, un tiempo, a pensar en los demás, en especial en los que más sufren, no solo a causa de la pandemia, aunque sea el motivo principal que nos reúne, sino por cualquier otro motivo, enfermedades, obstáculos, guerras, desastres naturales. Y visualizamos a todos esos seres a nuestro alrededor. Podemos imaginar que a nuestra derecha se encuentra nuestro padre, a nuestra izquierda nuestra madre, haciendo esta práctica con nosotros. No importa si ya no viven, o están lejos, o hace mucho que no ves. Ahora los traes a este lugar, al lugar en el que estés, y los sitúas a ambos lados, muy cerquita de ti. A tus padres o a quienes desempeñaran ese papel en tu infancia. A tu espalda sitúas tus seres más queridos, más cercanos. Hijos, hermanos, nietos, amigos, compañeros, incluyendo tus animales, tus mascotas. Frente a ti, a esa persona o personas con las que tuviste problemas o los estás teniendo en este momento de tu vida. Aprovechas y los incluyes en tu práctica sanando esa huella de herida. Y los visualizas cara a cara frente a ti, meditando igual que tú, buscando la felicidad igual que nosotros, sin juzgar si el camino que elige para conseguirla es el correcto o no. Nos centramos en que ese es su impulso más primario, más básico, el deseo de ser feliz. Es idéntico al del resto de los seres. Y alrededor están todos los seres que conforman el samsara, los tres reinos del samsara. El reino de la forma, el reino sin forma, el reino del deseo, con sus devas, asuras, humanos, pretas, animales de todas clases, seres de sufrimiento extremo, seres del bardo, en particular los que han entrado en él en los últimos 49 días. Todos los seres, hay tantos que tus ojos no alcanzan a ver el final. Con la ayuda de esta visualización establece esa motivación, genera esa motivación en tu mente, en tu corazón, la motivación de la bodhicitta, la preciosa mente bodhi, que solo busca beneficiar a los demás. Para facilitar la aparición de esa preciosa mente, podemos pensar que todo lo que hay de bueno en mi vida proviene de la bondad de los demás, empezando por la propia vida. Todo lo que hay de malo proviene de mi actitud egoísta, egocéntrica. Por eso, lo mejor que podemos hacer con nuestra vida es dedicarla a reparar, a devolver esa bondad, esa amabilidad, que de muchísimas formas nos hacen y nos han hecho llegar los demás seres, amigos, enemigos y extraños. Con ese propósito nos vamos a involucrar en esta recitación de Thangtong Gyalpo. Devolver un poco de la bondad al resto de seres. En especial a los que más sufren. Como solos no podemos hacerlo, de momento necesitamos la ayuda y la inspiración del supremo campo de méritos de todos los budas y bodhisattvas, de nuestros maestros, de todos los objetos sagrados. Así es que visualizas en el espacio frente a ti y sobre todos esos seres que acabas de visualizar un loto, un sol y una luna. Sobre la luna se encuentra Chenrezig en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo. 4 brazos, 2 brazos, 1000, de pie, sentado. Lo más importante es sentir que es inseparable de nuestros maestros, sobre todo de su santidad el Dalai Lama, que es Chenrezig en este mundo. Chenrezig te mira y te sonríe, con sus labios de color rojo, color que simboliza la compasión con la que expone el Dharma a los seres, adaptándose a ellos para guiarlos de la mejor forma. Tu cuerpo irradia una gran cantidad de luz en todas las direcciones del espacio. En su presencia tenemos la misma sensación de protección, de acogida, de recogimiento, que tiene un bebé en brazos de su madre o de su padre amorosos. Así te sientes tú, en la contemplación de Guru Avalokitesvara, en el espacio frente a ti. Con todo esto en mente, y como si guiaras en la oración a todos los seres que te rodean, tomamos refugio 3 veces, pidiéndole protección y guía a Guru Avalokitesvara y a través de él al resto de Budas y Bodhisattvas. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la Budeidad Suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema, buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro y buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Sentimos así que tanto nosotros como todos los seres que nos rodean ya estamos bajo la protección y la guía de manera efectiva y real de Guru Avalokitesvara. Y ahora, mientras recitamos el mantra unos minutos, meditamos en que por medio o gracias a la vibración sonora del mantra, la luz y el néctar que provienen del sagrado cuerpo de Guru Chenrezig y que se introduce por nuestra coronilla, la de todos los seres, aumenta aún más su poder y nos concede a todos lo que cada uno precisemos o necesitemos. Y sobre todo nos concede a todos la visión correcta de la vacuidad, es decir, la mente que conoce que las cosas, los fenómenos, incluyendo la propia pandemia, están libres de existir por sí mismas, están libres de existencia inherente. Que todo existe interdependientemente, unas cosas en dependencia de otras. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Empezamos las recitaciones recordando que es importante mirar la imagen de Thangtong Gyalpo mientras las recitas. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Venerable Juan, si quieres hacer la dedicación de esta primera recitación. El micro.
Vale, gracias. Bueno, la dedico por quizás lo que sea más importante para todos los seres, que puedan alcanzar la iluminación. Para ello tiene que crear cada uno de los seres las causas para llegar a la iluminación. Quisiera ahora hablar de o dedicar para que una de las causas, quizás de las primeras y más importantes, sea que cada uno de los seres incorporen dentro de su mente la actitud de ante todo no dañar, ante todo no dañar, en esta y en todas las vidas, que lo graben, que lo tengan presente, que sea espontáneamente esta actitud que surja tanto de cuerpo, de palabra y de mente, ante todo no dañar. Así sé que es posible que crezcan las causas para la felicidad de los demás seres, de la propia y abrir el camino para llegar a la iluminación. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Vale, hacemos la segunda. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres, como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, Que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, om mani. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Esta recitación que acabamos de hacer la dedicamos para que para crear las causas, como decía el venerable Juan, de tener una ética, una moralidad pura, perfecta, que busca no dañar a ningún ser, para que podamos también seguir los consejos de la manera más perfecta que podamos de nuestros maestros, que podamos estar siempre en conexión con ellos, que ellos nunca nos falten. La tercera y última recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos. Puedan todos los que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separa en el cuerpo del espíritu y en un solo instante no volverá a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama, el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, los sufrimientos de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Visualiza que Chenrezig en el espacio frente a ti, extremadamente complacido con tu práctica, de su cuerpo surgen innumerables réplicas, cada una de ellas se colocan encima de la coronilla de cada uno de los seres que te rodean, y ese aspecto central se sitúa sobre la tuya. Todas esas réplicas e imágenes de Avalokitesvara descienden y se disuelven en ti y en todos los seres que te rodean, dándole a cada uno y confirmando y reforzando lo que necesiten. Y a todos dándonos sabiduría, la sabiduría que comprende y que conoce la vacuidad de los fenómenos. Desde ese estado de profundo regocijo, de profunda alegría de haber podido hacer esta práctica y de todavía, antes de que llegue la muerte, poder seguir practicando el Dharma, pedimos a nuestros maestros que tengan una larga vida, que permanezcan, que estén con nosotros hasta que el samsara esté vacío, comenzando por su santidad el Dalai Lama. Jite kemenkandi ende maru Gale Ruwe Sampele Gisino Kadri Itsume Ensi Gyatso Kutse Tenshi Dulce Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que tengas una larga vida y que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que pueda la vida de Rinpoche ser larga, firme, estable, que podamos ir muy pronto a sus enseñanzas de manera presencial. Gusul samsim jangon yelwe ten si yon pelwe kun sodo kotse tosun kulwe le montudu ahada sodu jegondu sapenso. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjushri, protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y por último dedicamos todos los méritos de los propósitos que hemos dicho, los que tú tengas en mente. Aprovecha y por unos momentos piensa en aquellas necesidades de tus seres queridos, de aquellos que conozcas por los que quieras rezar, las tuyas propias, y dedicas tus méritos. Yevadi dinyu lama sangye drugyurne drowachi kyan marupa Veji salago parzo chancho sencho rinpoche Mage panam ye gyuchi Ye wanyam pa me payan Gone gondu perwaru. Thank you very much, Venerable Rita.
Thank you, Venerable Fabio. What a beautiful voice. Wow.
Because it's in the morning, so now it's okay, my voice.
I see.
It's because of the coffee, you know.
Great. Are you in Nagarjuna?
Yes, in Nagarjuna, Granada.
In Granada, I wanted to say.
Granada,
Well, because all the centers are Nagarjuna in Spain, isn't it?
I think of 11 centers, 9 has the Nagarjuna name, yes.
Okay. And so you're based in Granada now?
Yes. For 5 years ago.
Ale, okay. I was there once, but many, many years ago when Gloria was still there. Gloria was still taking care of it. So is it still in the same place? It was in some kind of an apartment.
No.
No.
Yeah, no, it's different place. We changed, I think 6 years ago.
Okay. Good. Well, enjoy
How
your
are
day.
you, Rita?
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm really good. I'm going to a place because you know Thierry, Venerable Wangchuk? They just did finish the Yamantaka retreat. So today is the self-initiation. So I go there afterwards.
Oh, good.
Yeah, nice.
Good.
It's really nice.
Nice,
You can
enjoy.
just come, sit down and follow. This is perfect.
Yeah, one time is okay.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Okay, Rita,
Thank you,
nice to see
Venerable
you.
Fabio. Enjoy your day. Thank you so
Bye-bye,
much.
Venerable Rita, bye.
So thank you also, Venerable Chenrezig Institute, for taking such good care of us. And hello. It's great. It's so fantastic. Thank you so much. So we will start with the practice. And of course, we start always by taking refuge. Then after this, after taking refuge, what I usually do before we do the Chenrezig practice, then we do a request to Chenrezig to protect us from when we are in, you know, when the situations are not difficult and everything seems to go well, we're quite decent people, and our positive mental factors operate, and we're quite open and spacious. But when it starts to get tight and we're not so well, then and we're panicking, then usually the negative states of mind come up. And even though we, you know, we want to be happy, so we use negative states of mind in order to create situations where we can be happy, but then it's exactly the opposite. So I just read a quote this morning, which is very nice. It just said, you don't need any reason to be happy. So it's so true, you know. And we just have to remember that this is the actual state of our mind when it is calm and open. So the request to Chenrezig that we will do is like to protect us, kind of that we remember Chenrezig, we remember our Buddha nature, and so that instead of creating more negative karma that creates these difficult situations, we can purify them, and then, you know, as it says in the Bodhicharya Avatara, with bodhicitta, go from joy to joy. So bodhicitta, very important. So that's why also when we do take refuge, as object of refuge, you can either visualize Shakyamuni Buddha or already Chenrezig, either four-armed or thousand-armed, whatever you feel more comfortable with. And to, you know, next to Chenrezig, you visualize your guru in his or her human form, so that we understand these two are one, because it's usually with the guru that the heart opens and the mind kind of wakes, the heart wakes up with gratitude, devotion, joy. Looking at your gurus, you know, gratitude, devotion, joy, respect, and yeah. So then you let that guru in his or her human form melt into the appearance of Chenrezig. So then, you know, we have this union of the guru and the Buddha. So the guru is all the Buddhas are the guru. Because without a guru, there would be no Chenrezig for us. Maybe we would see a picture or an image, but we would have no idea what this is all about. Without the guru, we wouldn't have the Dharma, the methods. We would maybe have read Buddhist books, but would we practice? I doubt. And we definitely wouldn't belong to a Sangha if there weren't any gurus. So this is why. Living guru is so important, and the more we can see this living guru as the Buddha, the more he can inspire us and bless us. So that's our object of refuge, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha, but also our own innate Buddha nature, which we all have, not just us, but all mother sentient beings. So we want to bring it to the surface. This is why we apply these methods. And then, because we want to be of benefit to others, when our heart is open, spontaneously we want to be of benefit to others. So, and it's with bodhicitta, all others, you exclude one, then it's not bodhicitta. So then we can train the mind to think like this. And first we put at your left side your mom, at your right side your dad. Also, you know, a lot of gratitude that they gave us this body, a good education, so that we can look after ourselves, and mentally or with their hearts, until they die, they want our happiness. They don't want us to suffer. Even sometimes they can be confused, but their attitude towards us is a very spontaneous and natural love. So then the people that make us nervous, or people that we make nervous, we put in the space in front, try to be specific so that we look at these people and we have a strong wish to dissolve these knots that we have with them, so that when we meet them after doing this a few times and after training, when we meet them again in person, we can meet them with an open heart, without any problems, without any fear, without any aggression. We don't have to avoid them anymore, and we can meet them with joy. The same way as now behind you, you put all the people that when you meet them, there is joy in your heart. Friends and family, people we like to spend time with, and connect with that feeling of spontaneous loving kindness, spontaneous friendliness, spontaneous compassion when we can help them in any way. And then we think, I don't want to limit myself like this anymore, because this is just in this life. I make these distinctions, and sometimes even in one lifetime, you know, people from the front go to the back, people from the back go to the front, and all the mother sentient beings around us that also exist in this universe that we tend to forget. You know, all of a sudden one of these crowd that is pretty anonymous for us, because we don't care about them, all of a sudden they jump into the front or in the back. And then when we think about our previous lifetimes, which are sins without beginning, so then, you know, everybody who exists in this universe at one point was our antagonist, at one point was our friend, at one point was our kind mother, father, brother, sister, partner, children. So we try to look at each sentient beings as if they are our children, and we want to lead them to a state that is totally free from suffering and the causes of suffering. That's why we practice this. All mother sentient beings, they're all around us, and you think you're leading them in taking refuge. And please don't forget your own Buddha nature, the Dharmakaya, that with these practices, we want to wake it up. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Like everybody can become a Buddha. All sentient beings equal to space. And you try to have a feeling for that, you know, equal to space. Much further than we could see if they're around us all the time anyway, but we know we forget because we have visual obstacles. So all sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings equal to space go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, meditation deities, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then we recite the requests to Chenrezig. Just a sec, I had to find it. Here it is. So it's been translated really beautifully by Lama Zopa Rinpoche, and the text itself comes from Dharma King Thangtong Gyalpo. I'll make it a bit bigger. So Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche says, if you keep compassion Buddha who is enriched with supreme power in your mind, you will be protected from all dangers, especially the dangers of creating more negative karma. First request Chenrezig for the following things to happen to you, but then we think that you cause them to happen to all other sentient beings. This is an extremely effective way to generate bodhicitta and the good heart cherishing others. So what we can do in the text, instead of saying protect me, we can say protect us. Namo Guru Lokeshwaraya. Please look at us with compassion, universal being enriched with power. Please be our guide and save us, perfect pure treasure of compassion. We request you, Supreme Arya, compassionate eye-looking one. Please be our captain, liberating us from the great ocean of beginningless samsara, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are obscured by the darkness of ignorance, please be our illuminating light, compassionate eye-looking one. When we have a blazing fire of anger towards our enemies, please be the waterfall that extinguishes it, compassionate eye-looking one. When we have violent waves of attachment towards our friends, please help us realize the ultimate nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are bound to our possessions by the knot of miserliness, please be our manager of giving, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are intoxicated by the 5 poisonous delusions, please be our king of medicine, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are disturbed and frightened at the time of death, please show us your face and introduce self-nature, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are surrounded by the karmic messengers of Yama, please be our refuge and guide, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are traveling the unknown, dangerous path of the intermediate state, please be our close relative, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are wandering, seeking an uncertain birthplace, please take us to your pure land, compassionate eye-looking one. When we are experiencing the suffering of karma in the womb, please cover us with a tent of light, compassionate eye-looking one. When we have taken the body of an unknown baby, please be our supreme virtuous friend, compassionate eye-looking one. When we always visualize you on our crown, make offerings and praise you, please be our root guru, compassionate eye-looking one. When we visualize you on our heart lotus, make offerings and praise you, please be our mind seal deity and the host of deities, compassionate eye-looking one. When we experience the obstacles of bad outer and inner conditions, please be our Dharma protector and pacify them, compassionate eye-looking one. When our mind is tormented by hunger, thirst, and poverty, please grant whatever attainments we wish, compassionate eye-looking one. When we make requests with the continual sound of the 6 syllables, please always look at us with compassion, compassionate eye-looking one. So then we go back to the original text, and if you have initiation, then you can absorb Avalokiteshvara in front of you into you. If you don't have initiation, better leave him there. It's a translucent body, like made out of light, which radiates light in all directions spontaneously, and that light is bringing resources, support, relief, methods, wisdom, compassion, patience. But if you do have Chenrezig initiation, then you can have Chenrezig come to the crown of your head. Don't forget, he's your guru, and he wants to guide and lead us, inspire us to attain fully enlightened state. So with that compassion, he melts into light. That light absorbs through your central channel into your heart, and you can kind of make a quick dissolution of the 5 contaminated aggregates, which are samsara, and especially the wrong views that create these 5 contaminated aggregates, until you arrive at the clear light, which is the conventional nature of our mind, spaciousness, luminous. Cannot really describe it, but you can have an image or a picture, a feeling for it. This is the nature of our mind when it's not obscured. We fill it with compassion, wanting to be of benefit to all sentient beings, and that compassion and the wisdom understanding the conventional nature of the mind, which is clear light, but also the ultimate nature, because that clear light is also empty. And then paired with compassion and the wisdom, it makes us arise in the form of Chenrezig, and now our body is translucent, radiating very strong light rays like the sun in all directions, that touches each and every sentient being. If you have people that you care for very much and that you have in your heart all the time, then you can first send it to them, but then don't forget, because the light goes out in all directions, like front, back, left, right, above, below. So then it cannot not touch every sentient being, just like the sun touches everybody who doesn't stand in the shadow. And since we don't have objects, we have no shadows. So the light goes to each and every mother sentient being. You can also visualize, very helpful, in your heart, if you are Chenrezig, a moon disk. On top of it, the seed syllable Hri. Around that, the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum. So first the light goes out from there, very strong light, fills your whole body, and kind of, as it fills your body, it dissolves every trace of negative karma together with its imprints, all wrong attitudes, and gives us all the qualities that a Buddha has. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Then we think all Mother Sentient Beings have transformed into the form of Chenrezig, and now with the confidence of being Thangtong Gyalpo, we recite this prayer a few times, like being totally convinced that, of course, one can think, well, nothing changes. How do we know? We don't know. We don't know what the situation would be if we wouldn't do these prayers. And because a Buddha is not omnipotent also, the prayers can only help to bring up the positive karma for this virus to disappear in the world, or at least, beings to be able to live with it, at least like that. And it seems to be getting better, so we rejoice. But also we know about impermanence, so, we don't know. And we know as long as we are in samsara, even though there is no COVID, then there's still problems. So just that one was really big. And on top of it, it really affected all sentient beings. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and their triple gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temperate conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrifies beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified. May the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life and good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. And then we can do these 3 mantras, each one 3 times. They have been, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, at the beginning of this pandemic, he sent them to us and said that it would be very good to recite them for protection, then blow into your palm and then breathe it in. Now, of course, that time when it came, there was no vaccine yet. So, but I still keep reciting them from time to time, and then just feel also like an extra protection, cannot harm anybody, anyway. Om Padma Shavari Pe Nem Parshig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padma Shavari Pe Nem Parshig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Om Padma Shavari Pe Nem Parshig Naganan Tayata Sarvavirita Hana Hana Vajrena Raksha Raksha Soha. Then Black Madrushi. Om Traso Chuso Turtaso Turmiso Ningo Lacho Kala Chakam Shamtram Pepe Soha. Om Traso Chuso Turtaso Turmiso Ningo Lacho Kala Chakam Shamtram Pepe Soha. Om Traso Chuso Turtaso Turmiso Ningo Lacho Kala Chakam Shamtram Pepe Soha. Then the 20th Orange Tara, who is for epidemics. Om Taretu Tareture Sarvavidya di Tsora Prashamanaye Soha. Om Taretu Tareture Sarvavidya di Tsora Prashamanaye Soha. Om Taretu Tareture Sarvavidya di Tsora Prashamanaye Soha. Then we do the dedications. May the precious Supreme Bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha, lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. It's good to really feel that as quickly as possible I have to become a Buddha, and then I lead all sentient beings who have been very kind to me in many, many lifetimes, who made it possible for me to have a body and to be able to survive properly and to have comfort and pleasure and be able to practice the Dharma and all this. I want to lead them all to full awakening. Then, of course, for our gurus, first His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then, Savior of the land of snow, teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Then for Kyabje Zopa Rinpoche and all other teachers teaching the true path to full awakening, You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Mashunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, you disciples, please, please, live long, due to all the merits of the three times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings. May all wars, sicknesses, pandemics, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. May perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. May the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me and all the merits of the three times collected by the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from my own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Hello, Venerable Tsundru.
Hello, how are you doing?
I am quite well, thank you. And you?
Okay, we are also fine here. Thank you very much.
Where are you?
I'm at Nalanda Monastery in France.
Okay, and originally you're from?
I'm from Germany, yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah.
think I never yet met you, yeah? I don't think
No,
so.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Okay.
Where are you coming from?
Switzerland.
Switzerland. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's quite near, but yeah,
It's quite near.
3 kilometers away.
Right. Okay, so I better let you do the practice. Thank you very much. Please take care. Oh, I forgot. I would like to also dedicate whatever positive energy that is being created by the prayerathon also to Venerable Punzok, who still is not, I mean, he can breathe by himself, but he cannot move. He can open his eyes, but he cannot move. It's the monk who had a stroke, who is in Israel. So and for his mom also, who's looking after him, because it's a very difficult situation. May he find the perfect therapy, conditions, place to be able to recover fully and completely. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you for leading, and
Bye.
yeah, this session will go again half an hour, and then the next person takes over. And yeah, I would like to thank Chenrezig Institute for maintaining and helping with the technical side of this prayer. And yeah, before we start, we can maybe think a few minutes of developing good motivation as good as we can. And this practice is especially dedicated to pacify the coronavirus. Therefore, we can especially think of those who have been affected by that, either having been just diagnosed without symptoms or having been sick, those people who have been hospitalized, and of course also those that have been died from the virus. Nowadays, luckily, although the virus is spreading quicker, a less percentage seems to get hospitalized from that. So hopefully we see some development in a good direction. Also, the vaccine is now spreading further and further, which also helps to contain the virus. Still, our prayers is needed. Still, quite a lot of people get ill from the virus. And as we all can connect how it feels when we are sick ourselves, or those who we look close to are sick, our friends and family, or maybe even somebody who's close to us has died. We all know how that feels. Therefore, let's try to think about all the sentient beings. Open up our hearts towards them and develop some love, compassion for them. Then let's extend our motivation towards more sentient beings by maybe first thinking of all other sentient beings who are sick from illnesses. And also towards all beings who have all other kinds of sufferings. The sufferings of aging, sickness, and death. The suffering of change that even our pleasant experiences, when we do them more often, usually beget or when we do them too often. They actually turn out into something suffering. Or they all pervasive suffering that all sentient beings were influenced by the afflictions. That the control of the afflictions are uncontrollable, without any control, without any choice. Continuously reborn from samsara. Thereby falling from the higher to lower realms. Having no certainty within samsara. And we are also quite alone in the process. We have nobody who is accompanying us. And this comes from our negative actions that we do. The negative actions that we are doing result in our own habits. It results in our experiences. But it also has results of that it shapes our environment and even determines our next rebirth. And we do our negative actions not because we like it. When we do negative actions, usually they are motivated by attachment or anger. We see things that we like, over-exaggerate their qualities, and get attached to them. We don't want to lose them. And for that, we do negative actions. We lie, we steal. Hopefully not too often in these lives, but we have certainly done so in past lives also. Same when we encounter an object that we don't like. That brings us some discomfort. We over-exaggerate and only see the negative qualities of that object. We don't have a holistic and realistic picture of that object. Based on that, we get angry. And again, our negative actions forces us to create the causes for negative experiences, which will result in this and future lives. In this way, our entire environment is influenced by our actions. As we now have hopefully a precious human rebirth, we must have done something right. We have kept some ethics, we have done some wonderful prayers, we have practiced generosity. So we have a chance to change our negative behavior into positive ones, especially now that we have this wonderful precious human rebirth. But as we can see, especially with the virus around, life doesn't last forever. And even if it does last a long time, still often enough we are sick and not able to practice. So let's try to develop as good as we can a wish to free ourselves from these sufferings and their causes, our afflictions. And as our afflictions are based mainly on our ignorance, that grasp for things to exist independently, we can maybe, if we want, to think also about shortly about the absence of inner existence and how the realization of that enables us to get free from samsara and develop the paths in our own continuum. Yeah, we can try to spend a few moments on that in whatever way you have familiarity with that. And then remembering the compassion for all sentient beings, for our friends, for our enemies, those that we have difficulties to deal with, and also all neutral people that we don't have a specific feeling towards. Let's also try to spend a few moments on generating an altruistic motivation that wishes to achieve enlightenment for the sake of all other sentient beings. So that we can do this practice as good as we can for that purpose. For that we can remember the qualities of the Buddha, the qualities of